So, we're starting the stream. Alright, got that posted. Alrighty. Holy crap, well, hopefully you guys won't hear it as much, but we'll see, I guess. That sounds like a jet engine. Oh my god. And give it like a stand. Oh, okay. There we go. That should help. I was tuning in. My laptop sounds like a jet engine right now, so I'm trying to help cool it a little bit. All right. This is gonna sound like the most boomer thing ever, but I'm trying to, I'm attempting to do a story on Facebook. So, yeah. Huh. Hopefully this is fine. Wait for some more people to get here before I start. I should really figure out some BGM, you know? Like figure out, like, I don't know. That's for another time though, right? I should start recording on my Tenta sync. I have so many wires hooked up right now, like a ridiculous amount. It is, yeah, it's wild. Here we go. Create story. Oh, it doesn't let you add here. Oh wait, no, it does. Neat. This needs to be made smaller. What the fuck? How do I make, what the? Maybe I need to shrink it first. Dude, Facebook's text thing is ridiculously bad. Oh my god. Okay. Well, it's probably fine. That's probably fine. I'm not looking at chat right now. Sorry, guys. I'm getting stuff set up still. Cool. So that worked there. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of not super entertaining for the time being. Impressive, nice rack. Thank you. I love it when people compliment my rack. Thank you for the follow, Thorners, Jonesman64, and Kuma the Cook. I am still attempting to get my social media stuff up. I figure it's a pretty good. I figure it's a pretty good way to just let people get in anyway. So, oh my god, really? This is How do I really care that much? Okay, I may as well. Is chat showing up? Okay, chat's not showing up on chat's not showing up over there, is it? Okay, it might be broken. Let me see. Thank you. Loving the shirt. Thank you. Yeah, okay. This might not be working right now. Let me try this one instead. Doo-doo-doo. I was actually gonna wear a chef jacket, but I couldn't find it. So here we are. Stream. I have my laptop over here. Kids, I don't know. I'm gonna test. Test. Okay, cool. That's working then. Okay. We're just gonna stick with that for now. Thanks for following for Fox Sake and Axolata Upalupa. Why is that bad? Okay, whatever. And Season Nissan, thank you for following. All right, so everything good? Lighting, audio, we good? I could probably make it a little bit brighter. Here, let me do that. Just need to change the shutter a little bit. Yeah, 80, something like that. 100, 80. We'll do that. That's probably fine. There, it should be a tiny bit brighter now. Yeah? Cool. Audio good, lighting pretty good. Yeah, it's a little brighter. I can make it even brighter. Just change the shutter speed. Chat works now, cool. I tried to fix an update. So one of the things you'll notice with chat right now that I don't know how to fix is that it keeps like, you'll see, especially with the emotes and everything like that, it'll be slow. Like the latest chat won't actually appear down there. Why? Good question. I don't know. Whatever. But, hi. So, oh, I need to hit record. So one of the things I am going to be trying to do here is also recording like this. Nice. If at any point, I want to warn everyone that if at any point the camera goes off, that is because the battery died. I actually don't know how long that can record and still keep things going. So we're going to do our best. We're gonna try this out, right? Yeah. So, UXIE or something. Thanks for following. So this is going to be a cooking stream, yeah, I haven't really thought too much about exactly how I'm going to be doing everything, but you know, we'll wing it. This is more of a test stream than anything, I guess. It is very much seeing my tech capabilities. I haven't actually done like I think I did a knife sharpening stream like this once, but I don't believe I've done like a full cooking stream. Like this. One of the things I am going to try to do, I'm going to try to cook here as well. I set up a kind of like a more downwards angle so you would be able to see what's going on. And then there is a chance that with all this lighting and everything that I actually pop a breaker. So if that happens, yeah. Actually, I should probably just go ahead and get a extension cord. Wait, hang on. Let me actually do that so we don't blow any circuits. I might not have one, though. I might not have one long enough. Oh, they're all at the facility right now. Uh-oh. You know what? We'll wing it. We'll do it live. So, yeah, if it blows, it blows. That's just how it is. So, for everyone who is here, I saw Shiori's post, and I don't know why y'all think that ramen and Alfredo is weird. We actually have a flavor called Caca Blanc made with Hazumi that is actually the same thing, right? It's cream, it's creamy, it's cock, it fills your mouth with white goodness, and really satisfy you when it goes down your throat. But, you know, and people just like find it weird. It's like it's savory, like it's noodles, right? So I'm going to be using our naked nudes. I'm going to be using our high protein naked nudes here, which is going to be higher fiber. Dude, I'm really bad at pitching my own stuff right now. I'm like, I didn't get enough sleep, so bear with me here. We're going to be using naked nudes, which is going to be the high protein and high fiber. So they're like, it's like ramen, but you know, just better nutritionally in every way. So if you suck at getting your nutrition, and you want to get protein, you want to get fiber, you want to get all that stuff, fiber, so you don't have to fight wars in the bathroom, use this. But any ramen will do. I'm actually going to do it 3 ways. I'm going to do this Alfredo 3 ways because from the simplest way to the most extreme, well, it's not really extreme. I'm going to do it from the simplest way to like the most, I guess, chefy way. Is that a good way to put it? But that's going to be the Alfredo method that is done in my culinary school cookbook. And generally speaking, like a classic Alfredo. Now, the problem with that is, I will say, one of the things I am setting out to prove here as well, is that making things from scratch, you see so many cooking videos out there, and they're just like, oh, make everything from scratch, make everything from scratch. Motherfucker, you know how expensive that is now? Like, if I buy a pint of heavy cream, I just bought a pint of heavy cream. That thing was $7. I'm not really going to use that. And like, not to mention the Parmesan cheese, the butter. We'll kind of like weigh it out and we'll calculate the cost of it. But not only that, the amount of time that you got to spend, and that's going to be like, how much is your time worth? And then the amount of dishes you got to clean. Like, everyone's like, oh yeah, 10-minute meal. Oh, great. And now I have like 15 dishes to do. I don't know. This is also just me personally. Like, I cook fast, right? Like, I used to cook in a Michelin star restaurant. I'm still not going to make every single thing from scratch because it just doesn't make sense to. Cooking, in my opinion, right now, if you want to be doing something fast, and this isn't just like, oh yeah, I'm shilling product. Like this, you shouldn't just buy our product, first of all. Don't just buy the stuff that we make because I'm talking about this. This is just like a general philosophy. It's kind of like why I made the whole thing, right? But I don't like the idea that you should be making everything from scratch and then people guilt tripping you for it. Because in all honesty, in all reality, when we're making things from scratch, when we are trying to cook everything from, you know, when we are trying to cook everything from like the raw ingredients, first of all, are you going to use up all those raw ingredients? 2, how much better is that going to be? 3, how much time and effort are you taking? Because you got to go shopping for it. You got to actually, you know, prep it, and then you got to, you know, you got to cook it, and then you got to clean afterwards. For most people, I feel like it does actually not make it. For most people, I feel like it just doesn't make a lot of sense to be cooking like every single meal from scratch. Like I'm really fast at it, and I'm still not going to be doing it because sometimes you just want to fill your stomach, right? So I'm going to do 3 different ways today. I'm also going to just for funsies, I'm just going to try to make something out of my fridge. Honestly, this is kind of like one of the things where I'm just like, man, I had a lot of good intentions when I bought ingredients, but I'm gonna be real honest with you. A lot of those ingredients are not looking so hot in the fridge. They are probably like 2.5 weeks old, maybe 3 weeks old on some of them. The ones that smell bad and go bad, I've thrown away. The others, we can make them work. I'm sure they're fine. We'll see. Are you going to eat the noodles with scissors like Shiori? Okay, actually, so fun fact, I actually hate scissors. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't use scissors very well. Let me show you something, though. Do I have it here? No, it might be at the facility. No! Ah! Damn it. Next time. Dude, I took everything to the facility for our shoots. And, like, all right, so let's see. I don't want to start this. Yeah, so Shiori does everything with scissors. I'm a knife guy. I think Korea really likes scissors. I see a lot of when I've watched a lot of like Korean cooking videos and like even a lot of Korean chefs, just like especially in like the sort of like mom and pop sort of shops, they're so fast with the scissors, man. Like, and honestly, to be perfectly honest, it makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. Like if you're doing like green onion and like even like, you know, like thin things of garlic sometimes and other ingredients like that, like then you don't need a cutting board, and that can make things a lot easier. Speaking of which, cutting boards, something I always do. So I have a little silicone mat thing here that prevents my board from moving. But this is probably one of the most important things for good knife skills is if your board is wobbling all over the place and slipping and sliding, you can't cut accurately. That's going to make it more dangerous. So anytime that you want to be using a cutting board, then either a silicone mat, like a little silicone mat thing like that, or literally just take a small wet piece of paper towel or any other towel, lay it underneath, do the same thing. A little moist, that's it. All right. Should see the moldy cucumber stories. Oh yeah. No, I've seen the moldy cucumber. Yeah, I may or may not have one of those in my fridge right now. I'm gonna talk about it. That's always the thing, right? Like, it's just like, oh yeah, I can make this cheaper. Yeah, but are you gonna make it? Are you going to make it? Are you really going to make it? Yeah, didn't think so. Anyway, let's see. So first thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna see if we're gonna blow out the breaker. All right. If I'm gone, I gotta pop the breaker back on and then figure something out. But should have just enough space. There we go. There's an induction cooktop. Y'all can see that? Sort of. It's fine. Move this scooter over a tiny bit. This is a pot that's kind of scratched to shit, but like, it's fine. Probably. Just a little toxic. You know, just, it's like you're playing League. Or Overwatch. Or Marvel Rivals. Or, like, honestly, anything. Any esports title at this point. Everything's pretty toxic. It's kind of fun that way, though. Because if, at least for me, I like fighting people, so. Wait, I don't think this pot works with induction cooking. I didn't think that one through. Do I have any pots that work with, small pots that work with induction? This might? Ooh, it's kind of gross. I'm gonna wash it. See, this is why this is a test stream, because I'm like, I need to figure out all the stuff that like works and doesn't work. I gotta remember to drink water too. What happened to the burner? I mean, nothing happened to the burner. It's the burner's slow. The gas, the butane one. So. You always gotta do a little spin. You always gotta do the pot spin. All right, let's see. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that awful noise coming from the induction burner? I really hope you can't. I really hope that's not being picked up. If it is, I'm sorry. I don't know how to prevent it. At least I'm not turning it on 10. Hey, you guys want to hear the worst thing? Maybe? Let's see if I blow your ears out. Ah! God! Can you guys hear that? Ah! Oh, jeez. Oof. This is really bad. I don't know if that picks up on the phone. Or the... whatever. Alright, so, I'm gonna use naked nudes. Best part is when you tear it open. Pop that in. See, one of my favorite parts about like naked nudes, personally, like one of my favorite parts about naked nudes is it doesn't really get soggy. So you don't have to be like, oh God, if I overcook it by 30 seconds, it's fucked. It's done. It's over. I've like accidentally boiled it for like 20 minutes before, and it's like, yeah, it's softer, but it's fine. Mostly, but yeah, like in that way, you really don't need to worry too much about it. Especially so, like it holds up with better with things like if you want to stir fry or you want to do Alfredo or whatever afterwards. Chopsticks. I need chopsticks. Ah. And so, right now we're going to do the simplest method. Number 1, easiest method of how to make ramen Alfredo. It's so simple, you won't believe it. Clickbait. The one secret that chefs don't want you to know. Woo! It's not me, I'm not a chef, technically. I'm the cook. Didn't get to the chef position. I cooked in Michelin star restaurants, but like, I never got to the chef position, so I don't like calling myself a chef. But technically, if I call Vite Kitchens, then does that make me a chef automatically? And if I did Expo at Shenzhen, I wasn't a chef technically, but like, if I asked Shingo, I wonder if he'd be like, yeah, you were technically a chef. Oh, shh. Didn't see anything. It did not spill over. See, that's called timing. Totally intentional. It's the years of experience talking, you know? I usually overcook for my preferred texture. Yeah. I Ours definitely one of the nice things about Naked Dudes is that it does have definitely more of a bite to it, more of a chew. So you can actually boil it to whatever consistency you like. It will obviously take a bit longer on some things, if you like it really soft, for instance. But for the most part, the nice thing about a chewier, bouncier noodle is that you can always make it soft by boiling more. But if you already have a soft noodle, and you know, like guys, it happens all the time, all right? Like everyone, it can sometimes just have a soft noodle. Not ours though. Our noodles are, you know, they have that strength to them. The chew, the bite. Don't bite. Don't read into that too much. Don't worry about it. Are you worried about it? Don't be. Have you concerns? Why do you unconcern yourself? All right, that's about ready. Cool. So one of the important things that we want to be doing, generally speaking, all right, so I just want to point out for all of you hygiene freaks out there, I'm not going to be doing the best hygiene because like my hair itches and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, I'm just feeding myself so I can, you know, and then normally though, if you're in the kitchen, please practice food safety. Oh my God, I see on Twitter all the time people like, I just leave rice out all the time and I just eat it. Oh no, the food poisoning I got definitely wasn't from that. You sure? You're sure? Like, come on guys, wash your hands, swap things out. When you cut meat, please go wash it, go sanitize the area before you go to something else. And one of my biggest pet peeves, oh my God, people are just like touching like raw meat, raw eggs and all that kind of stuff, and then just start like, you know, griming their hands on all the cabinet counters and like all that kind of stuff, and then they go wash their hands and they're like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna touch things. You just got salmonella all over your kitchen. Every single handle, every single thing. And then you go and touch the clean stuff. Like, no wonder you're getting sick all the time. It's like sanitize those, right? Like get some sanitizer, wipe it down, or just like practice good food safety. Please, I'm begging you. Like I swear to God, I should make a thing on food safety. Oh my God, speaking of cooking too long, it was already done. It's been cooking. Ah! It's fine, don't worry about it. It's fine. What's the worst that can happen, right? Nothing to worry about. So with this, what I'm gonna do is I am actually gonna go ahead and drain the water separately. That way we have pasta water to use, or I mean ramen water, same thing. So one thing about pasta water here, or ramen water as it were, is that this stuff is basically one of the vessels to make sauces. This is basically one of the secrets to making, don't do this yourself. Don't touch boiling water hands. I don't have feelings in my hands anymore, just like I don't have feelings in my heart anymore after going through everything I'm going through. So do what I say, not what I do. But this stuff is basically liquid gold if you're making sauces. The reason for that is because oil and water don't mix, right? That's, I hope you know that. I really hope you know that oil. Blech. I really hope that oil, God damn it. Third time. I really hope that you understand that water and oil do not mix. However, a lot of sauces are made good because it has both a fatty component and a water-based soluble component. So just stuff that can dissolve in water. What makes those come together in a nice, smooth, creamy sauce is something like this. Pasta water or ramen water is starches. This kind of starch binds and basically coats and just, you know, what's a good way to put this? You know how like when you put water and flour together and you like put oil? Yeah, just like if you're making bread, right? and then you put, if you have dough, if you have flour, and you put water, and you put oil in it, and you knead it all together, it doesn't come apart. So that's basically the same thing that it does at a micro level over here. One of the ways that we can make this more effective is to actually go ahead and boil this down some more to make a stronger solution. We get rid of a lot of the water, and we get the starches to be a little bit more effective. So I'll just have that going on the side as we prep our other stuff. Oh man, ooh, I gotta keep up with it. But oh my God, there was a bunch of followers. Shit. Lusty. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher all of your names. Lusty G Curry, Dawn Fever, RV Leshrak, TMS LFT, Shoo Silent Owl, Mick Wan, Pyrusmatic, Future Cog Ghost, Anori Suida. Got through them. I'm sorry. Thanks for following. I don't know how often I'm actually going to stream. We'll see. Depends on how swamped I am, which is like all the time. But I'm going to make it a more of an effort to try and do this more. So we'll see. At least I have the setup now. Like once you figure out the setup and like what you need to do, then I feel like it becomes easier. Also, let me know if my mic ever dies. That means the battery ran out. I need to swap mics. It's technically plugged in, but I don't actually know if it will run battery at the same rate as everything else, or it's just going to die on me. So, you know, who knows? Only one way to find out. That's why we're doing this one, which is like a live test stream. I don't know, like if I'm going to make them super official or have schedules. I owe recipes to some people, so those at least will be very much scheduled, but otherwise, Thursdays, I feel like Thursdays at around this time, like 2 to 3-ish, probably is when I'm going to be aiming to kind of like do these sort of streams. So if you like it, let me know what I can do to make it better, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, cool. All right. Let's see. Now we are going. Okay. Yeah. Do not ever wash meat. Yes. Do not ever wash meat. Do not wash meat. It will cook out. The salmonella dies when you're cooking it. That's why we're cooking it. Especially if you should be cooking it to a food safe temperature. And to cook something to a food safe temperature, that is a function of time and temperature. That's why something that is like sous vide, which is a low heat method, it can still kill all the pathogens because, I mean, just like if I stuck a person in 100-degree weather, yeah, they can survive. But if I stuck them and kept them in 100-degree weather for the remainder of their life, they would not do so well. They would not do so hot. Get it? Hot? Anyway. Salmonella adds depth of flavor. Oh, well, I mean, like, I feel like taste of vomit, I guess. And pain. We don't do that here. We flavor our food with pain in a different way. We flavor our food with the pain of generational trauma, as well as misunderstandings, Twitter drama, and yeah, that's the kind of pain we flavor with. We don't like to flavor with salmonella as much. So I guess that's just different cuisines. That's so the kind of cuisine I particularly do would be the Twitter drama and the all the other stuff I mentioned. All right, so what was I doing? Oh yeah. All right. Oh, and yeah, I'm boiling this down for later. But meanwhile, let's get to number one, and let's get to our first recipe. This is going to be by far the easiest way to make Alfredo ramen, and it's going to be great. It's going to be delicious. This only takes like 3 minutes to boil, and then this next part is going to take even less time. It's going to be so easy. Watch. You won't believe your eyes. You won't believe. This is a secret technique that's actually used in a lot of restaurants, and I'm gonna be real honest. I could get sued for this. This is a little bit of a secret that they really don't like you to know about, but a lot of restaurants do this, and it turns out incredible, and it's super easy. You ready? I really hope they're not watching my stream right now. I really don't want to get sued, or like, maybe they're gonna set Hitman. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and set the Hitman. I want to fight people. I want to get my stress out. Like I got. Ooh. Hang on, let me. I really hope he sends a hitman, because I really do hope they send some hitmen. I got some stress and anger to take out. You know how it is. Yes, this is functional. It does cut. That being said, because it's a sword, you can half sword with it. This is not gonna do anything. Just a little sidearm. Just keep it to the side. I'll be fine. Yes, that's probably good. All right, so the secret that chefs don't want you to know about. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. No, I'm serious. I don't know what to tell you. A lot of places will just use jars of Alfredo sauce and pre-made Alfredo sauce from like food suppliers, like Cisco or like US Foods, or it works. Like people can't tell the difference. And honestly, like anyone who's like, oh yeah, I know, I can tell the difference between the factory made and the, no, you couldn't. You can't fucking tell anything. If I fucking put that shit side by side and had you taste test it, you wouldn't be able to taste shit. You'd be fucking guessing. I give you a fucking triangle test, you wouldn't be able to tell. Why? Because it's the same ingredients. Alfredo sauce especially, right? Like if we're talking something fresh that like that has volatile compounds that oxidate over time, say something like pesto, but even that has like, we're not going to talk about how basil oxidates and that sort of stuff, but something like Alfredo, which keeps really well, is high in fat and is just cream and stuff. Like arguably the kind of fat in the manufacturing cream that you can get from restaurants, from manufacturing and things like that are going to be way better than what you can get, just buying heavy cream. And they're just gonna have like more consistent stuff. This entire complete jar that can last multiple meals. This cost me $4. It cost me $4, and the pint of heavy cream, not including the Parmesan and everything, cost me $7. And the heavy cream will make me, how big is this? The heavy cream will make me exactly this amount. So, yeah, simplest way. But okay, let's say you wanna show off a little bit, right? You're like, oh man, that's not good enough. I want to feel like I did something. I want to cook something, right? Like let me just try this. By the way, I am lactose intolerant. I'm still going to eat this. I'm doing this for you. So you better drop a like and follow. So you better like, follow, subscribe, all that other stuff. I don't know. CTAs. I'm not that lactose intolerant. My lactose intolerance, I think, is getting better as I just like eat more lactose stuff. I don't know. I'll be fine, probably. Maybe. Yeah. That's delicious. Got good umami, good depth of flavor. I have white sauce all over my nose, probably, all over my face. Creamy whiteness. I'm used to it. I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit. Yeah, like you got the garlic in there. You don't have to peel garlic. It's great. But if you want to take it to the next level, this is gonna be level 2. All right, here we go. How do I show the camera more? Maybe I need to do like a pan over. I'll just do a pan over with my camera with my phone real quick, just while I leave this white stuff on my nose. Don't worry about it. Cool. Let me actually. This is actually uncomfortable though. I need to wipe it off. Fun fact. I am autistic. That means I got sensory issues. And I really hate the feeling of things on my skin. So, I obsessively wash my hands. Can you fit the sword to the rack? No, so I actually have a huge collection of swords, and I've not figured out how to mount it in this space yet. I need to find a solution. I have like 20 different swords, I think. Something like that. I got bastard swords, I got katanas, I got wakizashis. I have like gens, dadals, hatchets, bushcrafting stuff. I got a lot. I want to display them like that, but it's like obviously the swords are huge, so like I don't really like mounting them to the wall too much because then like wall damage. And yeah, whatever. Anyway, we'll talk about swords some other time. I'm gonna eat this 6-pound wheel of cheese. Every lactose intolerant person. Correct. You see, the thing is, there is an inverse relationship between how much lactose you can tolerate and how much you love dairy products. So if you aren't if you are lactose intolerant, you will simply be made to love lactose more because it's the forbidden fruit. See how that works? It's the forbidden creaminess. Now, if we do want to make this just a little bit fancier, here's what we can do. You wanna really step this up. This is something this next trick. Okay, I'm not messing with you guys this time. Okay, this next part is actually going to be a little trick that we do at Michelin star restaurants. This is going to be using a brown butter sage, which sounds super fancy and is like the easiest thing in the world to do. You obviously got to buy sage. I don't know how many people have sage at home. Dried sage can work for this. Not necessarily quite as well, but it'll work. Mostly you don't get the crispy leaves, which is like my personal favorite part of it. But yeah, I'm gonna give this a rinse. I'm gonna grab my sage, gonna grab my butter, and then we're gonna make a brown butter and oh my god, brown butter sage emulsion in order to pour into our Alfredo, and that'll just kind of like bring a highlight. It'll create a little depth of additional flavor, a little herbiness to it, and yeah, just overall give it a little lift up. And it's one of my personal favorite flavor profiles, and goes really well with just about any kind of Italian thing. You can throw it on top of spaghetti also, and especially with the pasta water, like I was talking about, this will help the butter and the sage emulsify into your sauce. So. Oh my God, am I out of butter? Are you? Ah! I know, Maggie, this is a disaster. Surely I have butter hidden somewhere, right? Like. Ah! Holy crap. You've got to be kidding me. I know, Maggie. I know. This is Maggie's the cat. This is a travesty. All right, chat. Don't leave empty butter boxes in your fridge for some reason, because then you're going to think you have a whole thing of butter and you actually have none. Damn it. ADHD tendencies. Ah! Chat, do I DoorDash? Do I DoorDash some butter right? Oh. Chat, do I just DoorDash some butter right now? And just like, we'll move on to like making Alfredo the other way, like the quote unquote fresh way, and then we'll do the brown butter sage when it gets here. I commit to this? Yeah, I'm gonna commit to this. I'm gonna DoorDash butter right now. This is the stupidest thing. I can't believe I'm DoorDashing just butter right now. It's ridiculous. Hey, chat, you want anything? You want anything from DoorDash? Like while I'm doing this? Yeah, you got like a $5 limit though. You know, I'm not made out of money. I'm actually rather poor right now. Oh my! A thing of carryable gold butter is. Oh, okay. Oh, why did that? Oh, okay, it's fine. I thought it said $16. I was like, how's that $16? There's no way, right? Whew. Well, let me let's just get a bunch of butter here. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, no, actually, with delivery fees and a bunch of stuff, actually, oh my God. Chat, this is the most ridiculously expensive butter I've ever bought. Yeah, it did end up actually being $16 after everything because of delivery fees and upcharge and tip and stuff. So you better appreciate this. I just paid $16 for one thing of butter. Ah! Oh my God. If you can't, let's see. No butter. Yeah. What as fast as you do the put on your BRB and go to the store? No, yeah. No, we're gonna use DoorDash. You know, we're true Americans. We're true Americans with We're true Americans with oh, did that fall? No, it's okay. We don't like to move more than necessary, so I'm certainly not going to go out there. You know, I have trouble with transitions, so I don't like going out. I come back very often. I really hate it, actually. So, DoorDash it is. Oh my god. I wonder if something I can break down into butter. You know, like those instant mashed potatoes that are like buttery and they have like, you know, dehydrated butter in there? I wonder if I could make a. That'd be the dumbest idea. Oh! Oh, wait! All right, chat, do you know how butter is made? You want to find out how butter is made? I just figured out how to get our butter. I just paid $16 for butter, and that's going to get here, and we might use that. But I just realized we can make butter. We can make our own butter. And here's the thing. O gods of cooking, I have sinned, and therefore, today, in front of chat, I shall prepare butter by hand. Thus is my penance. You see, if you whip heavy cream enough, it turns into butter. I don't know what I was gonna do with all this heavy cream anyway. Ah, shit. All right, you guys want to watch me whip it, or you guys want to watch me shake it? I could cheat and use I could cheat and use the food processor, or a immersion blender, or like a blender. Those all work, but I don't think that's very entertaining. I know what's entertaining. I know y'all are sadistic fucks who like to see suffering. I'm gonna do it by hand. All right, here we go. Woo. I need a good container for this. Oh, here we go. That might be too big. That's probably good. All right. It's all about resourcefulness, chat. Oh my god, I'm knocking everything over. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Daijoubu. All right. We'll leave a cup of this so we can make the Alfredo. And otherwise, I'm gonna watch me suffer. Good shit. All right, here we go. So you just take this, right? And then you start whipping. So the fastest way to do this, actually, because what we want to be doing is we want to be splitting the milk solids and the milk fat. Basically the fat and the liquid, not the milk solids, just the milk liquid. Maybe I do want a bigger bowl, actually. That way I can be even more, yeah. I'll have to do more dishes, it's fine. So what we're trying to do over here is, this is actually exactly how you would whip cream too. Like, this is how you make whipped cream or chantilly cream. And the fastest way to do this is not to whip like this, that you might see, but the fastest way to do this is to actually create a figure 8 motion. that aerates it the best and that disturbs it the best. So like this. It's more effective when it's like this. It's kind of hard to show on camera. Let me see if I can. So it's like boom, boom. It's like less of like a figure eight in that true figure eight way, and more like side to side as you move back and forth. That makes sure you're disturbing all of it. And then the tongs, tings, the whatever you call these, bring it out to all the sides where it then folds back in and captures the air. And once you do that enough, then you'll get the air trapped in it. That's what makes whipped cream. And then once you disturb it enough from there, then the fat all coagulates together and forms a lump. That's butter. And then what's left behind, especially after you ferment it, is buttermilk. So we're just gonna do this. You're just gonna watch me suffer for however long. We're gonna race DoorDash. Can I make butter faster, or will DoorDash? Can I make butter faster, or will DoorDash actually come before I can make this into butter? We shall see. All right, so I can read chat during this at least, right? All right, what have I missed? Let's see. One Minecraft Happy Meal, please. No, no, you don't get that. We don't do Minecraft in this house. I think Minecraft is corrupting the kids. It's teaching the kids to yearn for the mines. And as you know, we don't do mines and coal anymore. We need them to be coders and to be miserable after they decide to go for a CS degree and then not be able to find a job afterwards. That is the primary purpose of children right now. And probably like service feed once the economy goes down. So that's something. True up to your American values, paying a 145% markup on butter. Ah, don't remind me. Is it up to 145 now? Like, is it like actually up to 145? I'm just gonna have white all over me by the end of this, but like, you know, that's fine. Whew, okay, switch arms. Beating milk from the butter cow. Ah! The thing is, it goes faster the more violent you are with it, and the rougher you get. This milk, this heavy cream, likes to get rough. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get real rough with it. So I start doing the things where I'm like, oh, you have cream. Shake it, arm day. We have been watching you suffer all week. Yeah, what's a little bit more suffering, right? Well, it's just a little more. Just a little bit more suffering. What about the blender? I could use the blender, yeah. I could use the blender, but that's not as fun, right? You gotta watch, you want to watch me suffer. Like, what is the point if I do everything perfect? Oh my God, I'm getting, oh shh. I got cream all over my laptop. Oh, man. Whew. Some of those VTubers I'm watching, you know, got a little excited. Oh God, the cream's all over my laptop now. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Second most reliable way to make butter is to be a contestant on Chopped trying to make ice cream. True. It is actually up to 145% nice. I think the thing is that, like, at this point, it doesn't matter. Like, no one can afford 125 anyway, right? No one can afford 125. So what's the difference of it going up to what's the difference of it going up to anywhere else? Like, you know, it's like whatever. All right, raise it up to 1 billion. Like, no one's importing anyway. Like, even Amazon has already canceled every single one of their shipments because they're not gonna make any margin. Everyone's canceled everything. Like, both sides are completely stalled, which also means that, like, right now, and this is something I should probably write about, even when things go back to normal, we're all still screwed because the supply chains are completely and utterly fucked. Because everyone who had shipments has blocked them, and when supply chains are stalled for even like a week, restarting them takes way longer because you don't have that momentum anymore. You got to renegotiate deals. You got to reach harder things. Like right now, it's gonna be a mess. We're gonna have supply chain problems throughout the entire world for at least like a month or two, depending on like even if we started trade again tomorrow, we would have supply chains problems for like, you know, 2 months more. Like y'all remember when like the container ship got stuck in like the Ever Given or whatever got stuck in the Suez Canal, or was it the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, one of those. But when that happened, same thing, right? It got stuck for like a week, but it delayed things for months. That's gonna happen again. So, hooray! Love that for us. Oh God, I'm getting it everywhere. Yeah, actually, here you can see, this is starting to get real thick, right? You can see it's starting to get thick and runny, and it's not like runny anymore. So we're getting close to what's known as soft peak. So if you can, I don't know if you can see on stream too well. You can see it's creating ribbons, starting to create ribbons. And so it'll turn into soft peak real quick. Actually, on Garde Station, we had a whipped creme fraiche thing that I had to do every day like this. So I'm actually kind of used to this. Yeah, when you got good technique and you're very violent and rough with it, then with consent, then it can cream pretty fast. Jiggly. Shaking would have probably been better for the sanity. Yeah, but it's not as fun, right? Then you don't get to see white splashing all over me, which I know a lot of you are looking for. All right, so as you can see, this is now whipped cream. This is, we're actually past soft peaks even. Well, yeah, just about soft peak. What soft peak means is that we're a little bit past. So once it gets to like soft peak, it's actually really, really fast to go from soft peak to medium peak to hard peak. You know, if you're like me and you have a lot of skill with this, then when you're, let me make this joke, okay? Shut up. When you're really rough with it, then you can and with consent, and it goes from soft to hard really quick. Because like you can see, this is already it's kind of like a soft medium peak. That means that when you do it like this and you see this, does the cream stick straight up? Does it fold over? Soft peak is going to fold over. That's like the state where I showed you originally. And then this, where it's like really holding its shape, this is firm peak. And from here, as we beat it some more, and here's when here to turn it into butter, because we have the air all in it, and so now we have all the air in it, right? And it's the reason why this starts to turn into butter and all that the fat starts coagulating is this now is not a liquid form. As you can see, it is standing straight up. And when it's like this, now when the fat gets pushed together by the beating motion, they stick together. And they eventually stick more and more, and that's why the liquids and fat start to separate. Now, because of this, because we're now trying to do butter and not cream, and we've already gotten the air into it as much as possible, now we actually want to move into a circular motion, because this helps all of that fat, that helps all the fat bind together. So it's already starting to yellow a little bit. Or it's the sunlight, I actually can't tell. Oh my God. Ah! The circular motion I can't really do as well with my left hand. I'm somewhat ambidextrous, but not like that ambidextrous. So I think I do things better with my left hand than most people do with the right hand, so like, it works. Oh my God, okay. So you can see this is now getting a gritty consistency. I don't know if you guys can see that. And it's like creaming in the bowl. And that is to say it's like getting really, really, it's like when you cream butter and sugar, right? So in the next 5 minutes, if DoorDash doesn't come, we'll have made butter in 1. Oh my God. We're gonna do it, chat. We're gonna do it. All right, chat, you think DoorDash is gonna come? Or I'm gonna finish this in time? Holy sh! Oh, my hand hurts. I'm weak. I used to do this every day. Oh, God. You'll win. Thanks. Thanks for the belief. We'll see if that's true. Oh, it's so close to splitting. Come on, baby. I want to see that liquid. I want to see you get wet. Oh my God, I'm sweating. You see, oh my God. Yeah, it's starting now. Can you see? It's like these are little granules now. Yeah, we can make butter, you know? I can make that a oh, here, you can see it. Yeah, you see that, like, it's all grainy? You see that liquid? Okay, almost there. Oh, God. Oh, let's go! Oh, yeah. Oh, get wet for me, baby. Don't read too much into that. Oh. Yeah, you see that? See how wet that is? Can you hear that? Cool. Now we drain off the water. Right? That's the buttermilk. And here's our butter. We did it! We did it, chat! We won! Actually, I should check. I should double check. I'm gonna see if we won actually. They're not here yet. Oh, we did it, chat! We won! But we're not quite done yet, because if we want to make this good butter, we may as well commit to it, right? If the other butter comes and melts during this time, whatever, we made our own. This is more important to us. This is more important to us, chat. Oh, my hands hurt, but I'm gonna do this anyway. Now, what we want to do with this butter, and this is actually one of the things that this is actually what makes French butter and other kinds of butter better than certain other types is basically how much you need it. So, so you can see this is butter now, right? But as you can also see, it's still very wet. So what we want to be doing now, in order to really make this into good quality butter. You ready? You want to start slapping it. You want to knead it. And that gets more of this water and this liquid out. And that creates a richer, more flavorful butter. And then to get like really good butter, you want to age it a little bit and let things kind of combine. We don't have time for that, obviously. So I'm just going to do the best I can, squeezing all this out. And otherwise, oh man, thanks for subscribing, OmniJurBear. I will say though, if you have money to spend, honestly, don't give it to Twitch. Just buy my stuff. Go, you know, go buy Vite. So one of the awkward parts about doing this is you gotta just like constantly. You're just kneading it, right? So you just flatten it. You just keep doing this. And it can't be too warm either, obviously, or it melts. Hence why I'm using gloves. And we're gonna try to shape it. One of the best ways, actually, I'm gonna try this. I've never tried this before, but you know, first time for everything. My first time for this is gonna be with you, chat. So let's make it special, okay? Ah! It's fine. We'll clean that up later. I knocked over the buttermilk. We don't have buttermilk anymore. Oh dear. Ah, geez. Okay, we'll clean that up later. But one of the methods that is to slap it between wood and planks like this. We squeeze it out, and then the liquid can kind of like drain off, right? And then I remember you do something like that. Obviously, this is not quite the right tool for this. Then you can shape it, slap it again. Shape it. Slap it. You can see this is starting to get, as we need this, we are actually starting to get this denser and denser. We are getting all that water content out. You can see already how much more creamy this is, how much denser it looks. All right, and we shape it again, and we press it down again. It becomes more and more dense. There's a lot of handwork. And once again, this is one of those things that, like, aren't you glad the machines do this for you now? For all those people who are like, oh yeah, we got to bring manufacturing and we got to, you know, get people manufacturing jobs. You want to be doing this by hand? No? Yeah. Because we can't beat machines for this stuff. You have the artisans in France and things like that, where you have the cultural heritage and you have the really high quality products that are made by hand like that. But that's generations, man. That's like, oh my God, that's really hard. Right? That is generations of that's generations and generations, centuries of practice and knowledge passed down. We can't just like learn all that in just like that quickly. You can go learn over there, but there's still going to be little things here and there. It takes time. It takes practice, right? So yeah, this, chat, is our butter. Oh my God, I have butter all over my screen. This is our butter. Let me go check again if the other butter made it, yeah? Oh my God, and clean up this mess. Oh geez. Butter's messy, oh my God. Oh geez, oh it is all over the floor. That is, at least I didn't make that much. It's not that bad to clean up. Is this bag it? Oh, neat, cool, this is it. We got our butter. Whew. Cool. Not that we really need it anymore, so I'll just put it aside for now. Let me clean my laptop a little too, jeez. Manufacturing jobs are romanticized because back in the day one factory could employ half a town. Yeah, and it's like, it's not, because the thing is, I think also manufacturing jobs back in the day, the reason why like people liked them so much is because like they were very high paying for something that you could learn very quickly. Now, manufacturing jobs for modern economies, you have to have so much specialized knowledge in order to do any kind of manufacturing. Like even in our facility, and we're like a very semi-automatic process, so we still do a lot of handwork. There's a lot of people who just like straight up will not be able to learn what they need to learn, and there's just a lot of people who just will not be able to be able to learn the work. It's a lot to remember. You have to know a lot about the properties of various things. So that's how it goes. All right. So these I'm gonna put away. Cool. Now, now that we've made our own butter, let's make, oh, jeez, I'm tired, man. Now we've made our own butter, let's make some brown butter. That's as simple as you have the butter, and you just start cooking it. You melt the butter all the way down, and then why it's called brown butter is because you get the Maillard reaction. We can have low butter on this knife. It's fine. We're going to be cutting stuff that goes into Alfredo anyway. And we're going to have a buttery board. I don't feel like washing this right now. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So you'll see this is going to melt down. Technically, because we were making this, we didn't need to get as much of the water content out because we could just cook it out. But otherwise, if you're going to be making something with butter, you generally want it to be pretty dry. We have a good use case here in which we don't need to do too much to it. So that's going. $16 butter. This is the messiest kitchen I've seen since watching a VTuber cook based on AI instructions. Man, here's the thing, right? Anyone who is cleaning perfectly as they cook is not cooking fast enough. That also means that you are sacrificing a lot of time. Oh wow, this cooked fast. Okay, so here, can you see that? We have some bits stuck on over there that you can see. So a lot of people will look at this and go, "Oh my God, it's burned! It's burned!" That's not true. It's a very deep Maillard reaction. It's not actually carbonized. Carbonized is when we actually get to burning. That's when we get the really, really bitter flavors and that distinct burning flavor. One of the things that prevents that from happening is fat. So if you want to prevent things from burning, add more fat. Because this is all fat, this does not burn easily at all. Because that went so fast, we have cooked off most of the liquid, and so now we have a nice brown butter over here that you can see. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see if I can pour it into a clear container or something. Hopefully not melt the container. Let me cool it down a bit. Woo! Do a little shake. Oh, hey, oh my God, I've been missing a lot of stuff. Thanks for subscribing, Metrovirus, and thanks for following Lapis Rose, Misha Marina, Omni J Bear, Sci-Fi Baby Seal, Beefy McSteak, Dust Amons. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surviving. I think that's all I can say. So yeah. So you see that, chat? Yeah. So that we have cooked down into brown butter. It's got this wonderful nutty smell to it, and it has little brown bits in it. Those are absolutely delicious, and this is basically how you create. This is a flavor profile that is super, super delicious and very distinct to like. It's super distinct to like a lot of like quote unquote fine dining sort of stuff, because most people just like don't do this at home. Despite it being the easiest thing, you just cook butter till it turns brown, and then it's delicious and tastes super, super fancy. Really easy, right? You don't need much of it. It's a very strong flavor too. Let me get the sage and try not to slip on all this buttermilk. Hey Chad, if I slip and die, all my stuff goes to my cat Maggie. So we have sage here. One of the biggest issues with buying sage is you just get way too much of it. For something like this, where it's just like one bowl of ramen, we don't really need too much. Let's do like, honestly, 3 leaves is probably excessive. You want that flavor to like complement. Like 3 leaves is excessive, and then like look how much I have. This is honestly one of the problems with like trying to cook for yourself. Is like you buy things like this, and you're like, Jesus, what am I gonna do with all this? This is enough to feed like 10, 15 people. Anyway, so we're just gonna have these two sage leaves. I'm gonna roll them up. You don't need to chiffonade it, but I just like to. It's fun. I like knife skills. So that's just, you roll it up super, super tight. That way you get these like really nice threads. And that's just gonna fry up real nice and like look nice. These are a little annoying to do because we don't have like that much. But you roll it up real tight, and then you just start slicing, as thin as you can. Technically, we can slice at an angle too. That might give it a cool look. We'll do an angle. Right. I want to get a second camera so you guys can have like a closer view, but I also don't know how necessarily I would need like a wireless transmitter and like all that kind of stuff too. So, and if I want scenes to match and all that kind of stuff, I'm looking at spending like $4 grand or something like that, and I'm just like, oh geez, I don't know about that one. Right. Let me just have this real nice and fine. See that? I don't know if you can see it. It's pretty fine. And then because it's this fine, all we need to do is we'll turn on this heat again, and it'll be really fast in this butter. Super fast. Like, it's the butter's already warm, right? We have it in here. It's starting to bubble, I would say, and we're gonna have like residual heat as well. So literally, I'm gonna have it in here for like maybe 10 to 20 seconds. We're starting to see the steam, so we're starting to see the moisture go off. So we know that's at least, like 212 degrees or so. And we don't want it to go too far. I'm really nervous about this. This induction burner is so powerful. All right, and we're getting that nice sage scent. I'm shaking it a lot so that we don't get too much like burning, or like we don't accidentally burn it. Yeah, and this is good. That's it. That fast, right? And that is more brown butter than I'm gonna need. So we'll save it for our regular Alfredo, right? The from scratch recipe, and boom. Pour that in there, and there is your brown butter sage. Oh man, that smells so good. I probably could have done a third leaf. Whatever, it's fine. Guerrilla streams. Yeah. Let's see. Random question. How do you first discover VTubers? Start making stuff for some of them. Yeah, good question. So we actually started in esports. Like the whole reason why Ramen started, I wrote a story about it. I'm gonna put it into our About Us page eventually. Was because of Overwatch, actually. Because I actually used to be the team captain of the UC Davis Collegiate Overwatch team. And long story short, you know, I also wanted to. I was also trying to reach 1,000-pound club, which means 1,000 pounds in deadlift in total between deadlift, bench, and squats. Wasn't getting my protein, wasn't getting my nutrition, was thinking really shittily. So we made Ramen, which, you know, because we realized, wow, big surprise, guys. If you get your nutrition, if you get your protein, you do better. You think faster, you're stronger. Yeah. And because of that, and because of that experience with esports and having been collegiate, we were always sponsoring tier 2 Overwatch teams. We actually had a joke back in the day that 100% of everyone who bathed in Ramen made it to the Overwatch League. That's true, by the way. Paintbrush and apply, if anyone was wondering. And then after that, and there was this little there was a prophilic shit poster in the tier 2 Overwatch community who really liked Mayhem Academy, who became Revival. And that person was interesting, right? They shitpost a lot. Everyone kind of knew them a little bit. There's some interesting opinions on them here and there. This person was called Girl DM. And one day, when I was trying to find a certain clip, I was asking, hey, is there, like, where is this clip? Does anyone have it? And then Girl DM replied. And I was like, oh, huh. Her profile picture is no longer Overwatch related. It's it's like a green cat. What's up with that? Click on it. And then I'm like, oh, huh. She's a VTuber. What's that? And then my partner Anna begins to just tell me, because she'd been telling me about VTubers. She's the one who actually got into VTubers first. She was and dragged me in to watch when Hello EN first started, for instance. We watched all their debut streams, and so for every single one of them, we watched them and we kept up with. That's why we know Kiara stuff and everyone else's very well. And yeah, from there we're just I was like, oh, huh. I at the time assumed that VTubers were just kind of like a something that was too difficult for independents to do, and so it was just like, oh yeah, no, you got to be part of a corporation, right? You gotta have you gotta have a corpo backing you in order to have all that. So I was really surprised when I'm like, oh my god, Girl DM, I know you. We'd ship posted back and forth in the community, Overwatch community, tier 2 community before, and then I was just like, she's a VTuber? And I was like, oh yeah, okay, you want to do a sponsorship and all that kind of stuff? And then yeah, then we just, that's how we started, and we kind of went from there. The first flavor that we did with VTubers and stuff was Girl DM. And back then we didn't really do a lot of merch. We didn't really do merch. We made stickers. We had a custom sticker printing machine. We still do. And we did that. I also made the infamous mayo soda with that. And it's still on our YouTube and stuff. And Mayo Nano Boost. And then Use to Show You came out from that. After that, I think we started working with Geary, and then started doing all kinds of merch, and then started doing knives and yeah, kind of went from there. Every time that we started working with VTuber, and they're like, "Hey, is this something that you can do?" And we're just like, "Yeah, we could probably figure it out." And then yeah, and that just because like every time people wanted to drop our with our ramen and stuff, it wasn't just the ramen they wanted, right? They actually wanted also they wanted merch with it. It was like, okay, why not? Yeah, we'll figure out how to make it. Like, can't be harder than the Vite ramen supply chain, which, oh my god, that's hard. Like, all the nutrients and all the flavorings that we have in these noodles, like that's hard. That's a hard supply chain. It's at some levels, like for instance, like Japanese curry, there's like 61 ingredients in there, man. Like from the nutrients to the different spices and all the ingredients that make up like a curry and things like that. Yeah. So merch was relatively easy compared to that. And yeah, we just worked it out and figured things out along the way, and that's kind of how we got started. That's people would ask things. People would be like, "Do you want this? Is this something you can do?" And we're like, "We'll figure it out. Yeah, sure, why not?" Which, like, according to a lot of business gurus, is something you shouldn't do. We do it anyway. Gorilla stands are so cool. Be fancy. Love his experience, not the ring. Try induction burner. Could make a setup where one function is more downwards. Yeah, it's more like so I do have GoPros that I could strap to the chest and do that. But the problem is that like broadcasting it to stream. That's like I could have a separate camera recording, but broadcasting to stream, that's a whole other thing. The videographers that we work with have set that up before, and it does get a little complicated. That's yeah. So bought some naked news for the first time. Oh, thanks. Gonna eat a review, hoping that you're good. Yeah, I don't think we have it right now, but we're gonna have it back in stock soon, hopefully. But if you want even higher protein, we actually even have Naked News Pro Plus, which is this is 33 grams. So if you're ever like, which I'm gonna make one with this later because my meal with this because I need the protein. And you just like don't have that much meat, and your meat keeps going bad in the fridge because you keep forgetting to cook it. I genuinely rely on this a lot for my protein intake. We have the protein because fun fact, right? So fun fact is one of the big reasons why I ended up wanting Pro Plus instead of just like regular Naked Nudes is like when I first was making Vite Ramen, my protein intake and what I needed for protein back then was a lot less than I need now. Back then, I think as I was bulking and really getting into like lifting for the first time, I started at like 150. I'm like 180 right now. So I do require a lot more protein. I think I'm like 183, I think, and I'm like deciding if I want to do a cut. One of the biggest issues personally for me is this is something I really want to point out is that weight doesn't matter. Like it really doesn't matter as much as people think it does, you shouldn't do weight loss for the sake of weight loss. You do need to calculate what sacrifices you have to make to get somewhere. That's what I'm actually talking about right now. Right now, I don't think I can afford to go on a cut. That is to say, to lose fat and keep muscle, because when you go on a caloric deficit and losing weight and losing fat and things like that, all are a function of a caloric deficit. Your body does not like that. Your body has no idea. Your body still thinks you're a caveman. Because of that, because your body still thinks you're a caveman, the moment you start having a caloric deficit, it goes, whoa, 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 whoa. Is food scarce? Are we starving to death? Oh God, panic! When you're losing weight, your cortisol levels rise. If you're stressed out right now, you will double that stress when you are losing weight. I'm stressed as fuck right now. If I tried to cut calories and to start losing weight, I'd very bad things to the health, right? And not only that, but because you don't have enough calories, and you're losing, because you don't have enough calories, and because you're losing that weight, you become stupider. That's just a fact, and especially if you're doing low carb. Especially if you're doing low carb, you're becoming the stupidest. The lower your carbs are, the stupider you get. It's because our brains run on carbs. All that fucking keto bullshit of like, oh yeah, like your brain can run on ketones and all that. Yeah, technically, that's like taking your car and going, yes, I put 4 spare tires on it. It's fine. I mean, like, sort of. You're not supposed to drive a lot with the spare tire. It technically works, but like you probably should not do that and get like real tires and good tires. But yeah, so it is a choice, right? You have to make the choice. Can you take more stress? Can you afford having less productivity? Can you afford being a little dumber? And can you afford being more tired? Also, depending on how much you're losing weight, how much you're cutting, a lot of other things can happen. Like, you become more irritable, you have mood swings, because your body is just pumping things and going, we gotta find food. Go find food. Stop socializing. Stop talking to people. Go find food. We're starving to death. Please. And if you can afford that, and like the funniest thing, I think the funniest thing with like losing weight nowadays is that like it's actually pretty expensive, all things told, all things considered, which sounds really stupid because losing weight, by the way, and this is why we will never, if I start going, this will help, this loses you weight, then someone's taken my face. And not like the way that girl DM takes faces either, like, full body control sort of thing. Don't think too much about that one. I don't like to say things like, this will make you lose weight, because it fundamentally doesn't. It will not. You're consuming calories. Restricting calories, not having calories, is what weight loss is. So to say that this loses weight is fundamentally false. I don't like to create that perception that losing weight is a good thing either. Because depending on who you are and what you need, we all need different things. When I was 150 pounds and trying to get to 1,000-pound club, I needed to gain weight. Similarly, there's a lot of people who don't eat enough and need to gain weight and struggle with that. We can't say something like, oh yeah, weight loss is better, weight loss is better. No, that's fundamentally not true. It's going to depend on each individual person, what their goals are, what their health is like, and what they can sacrifice in their life. So to always constantly be going, oh yeah, you lose weight, get to like this certain kind of look and all that kind of stuff, that's all fucking bullshit. I've talked about it before, and this is something I am very passionate about, is like one of the reasons why like I need to maintain a certain appearance is that it is literally my job. All the people that you see on Instagram, the influencers, the fitness influencers and all that kind of stuff, that is literally their job. That is not your job. The reason why they look like that is because it's their job. Everyone who is able and generally speaking will be showing off how they look. They make money from that, and that's why they have a great incentive to be in that kind of shape and dedicate that kind of time, energy, cost, and sacrifice to being in that condition. That's probably not you. So don't compare yourself to people whose entire jobs are to do that. That's like That's like comparing yourself to like comparing your cooking to me. I went to culinary school. I cooked in Michelin-star restaurants. I run a food company. Of course you're not gonna be as good. You didn't spend all that time in your life to do all the things that I did. You didn't sacrifice all those years. You didn't spend years and years, chopping and cutting and stuff. Of course. And so why do we do that with fitness? Why do we do that with body image? Why do we do that with how we look? There's so many different body types, so many different ways for people to look good and to feel good, and not to mention the different intersectionalities of health, fitness, and aesthetics, and also different cultural norms on what different cultures perceive as good. It's all subjective. And so for us, or for any other company, especially other food companies, to go, this is for weight loss. This is to make you look one specific way. Personally, I think that's absolute bullshit. And I think that's preying on people's insecurities and making people's body dysmorphia worse, and really jabbing at people's sore spots, and instead of uplifting people, making them feel worse about themselves. And don't we all have enough fucking stress? Don't we all have enough fucking things to worry about right now? Why do we do that? Why do companies do that? Because it makes fucking money. Why the fuck? Why should we try to make money off of making people feel bad about how they look? Why do we make people feel worse? That's a shitty marketing strategy. That should not be a marketing strategy. Sorry, if you ever watch me, I'm gonna go on this rant like every other stream. So, sorry about that. Yeah. So this is so yeah. Anyway, that's Pro Plus. That's why I like to use it now, because I need more protein than I used to. So. And then it fed into that whole rant. So yeah, there we go. This doesn't help you lose weight. It helps you get more protein. How you use that protein, up to you. It does make it easier though. It does make it easier to get protein if you're like me and forget to cook the very perishable meats. Maggie, do you want something? Can you guys hear her? You're gonna get grabbed. You're gonna get grabbed. Come here. Ah, get caught! Everyone say hi to Maggie. Hi. Hi. Meow. Maggie has a very unique voice. Hello. Hi. You're not food safe. This would get us banned in a kitchen. You know that, right? Cats aren't allowed. Chain smoker meow. Yeah? Billy, 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 Billy. We have trained Maggie. You know how most cats, they'll try to scratch you and stuff if you pet their stomach? Well, Maggie. Billy, 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 Billy. Billy, 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 Billy. Billy, 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 Billy. Yeah? It's not dinner time yet. It's not dinner time yet. Just keep going. No, don't lick that up. Don't lick the buttermilk up. No, please. Okay, go away. I know. Cats can't have milk. You're also lactose intolerant. I want you having the shits. That's gonna be hard to clean up. All right. Ooh, man, a couple more people, followers. Oh, thanks for the cheers. And thanks for following, not Kron. Thanks for the cheers, Omni Bear. Thanks for following, Iced Phoenix. Nosos42, JSaw, and Sim V30. Thanks for following. All right. Cool. Where were we? Oh my God, I went on a tangent. Yeah. Oh, cool. I guess now let's do. Hey, I don't actually, it feels weird to have like product placement that like blatant. I don't know. Personally, I don't like it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I do a lot of things that like are against marketing best practices, but like I feel like we also kind of like do our own thing in a different way, which I feel like works for us for the most part. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So yeah, let's make a Alfredo from scratch. This one's super easy. So making Alfredo from scratch is going to be. No, I will shill. I just shilled with a bunch of stuff, but like, So yeah, so Alfredo, pretty easy. What I'm going to do here is I'm not going to measure anything. We're going to wing it, because I do want to show that Alfredo is, every single Alfredo recipe has different things. When you're learning cooking, when you're learning how to do things, you shouldn't learn by the recipe. That is to say, if all you do is follow recipes and you understand the why behind things, then you're never going to be able to adapt to circumstances. And that's why I actually like teaching without recipes. Because if you understand the whys behind things, that's when you understand when to add more, when to add less, and when things will be good or bad without even tasting it. So let's go and get started. But first I gotta get my Parmesan. Parmesan or turtle. Don't think too much about that one either. Oh, I need a grater. Ugh. Do I have a grater? Oh dear. Oh, did I leave at the facility too? Oh dear. Oh, I have a microplane. Oh god, that is gonna take forever. Oh geez. Hey chat, you wanna see how much I can suffer? This is a pretty old Parmesan that I have. So I'm gonna pre-grate this Parmesan, just because that just will make it easier when we're putting it all together. It's really fast, but as you'll see, it's going to be also very expensive. So this is old Parmesan that I have laying around, and I think a lot of people might have, I don't know how well you can see this, a lot of people might have older Parmesan like this, and you'll see it's white, right? And a lot of people will see those like white crystals and stuff and go, oh yeah, that's mold. This is not mold, actually. I can't say definitively for your Parmesan. I don't know how you're storing it. But for my Parmesan, this is just protein crystals. This is actually umami. This is all the concentrated umami crystals basically coming to the top. That's just a natural process because it doesn't have the rind. That's kind of like what the rind, if I remember correctly, is actually formed out of. So this is fine. This stuff is, originally these kind of like really hard cheeses are made to last for a very, very long time. So if you keep it in the fridge, keep it sealed, pretty much lasts forever. You can very easily tell if there's green mold, if there's black mold, throw it away. If it looks like this, you're pretty much fine. So yeah, I should have a bowl under, but whatever. I'm just gonna start. We're gonna grate a lot of Parmesan. And this is kind of variable. So Parmesan is a hard cheese. It has a lot of umami, and it is basically like Italian MSG, right? So the more of this that you add, number one, the more expensive it's going to be. But number two, the more flavor and umami you are going to get. This also has a decent amount of fat in it. So the core components of this and the core reason why you are adding this particular thing to the Alfredo, in order to understand why we're putting things in, is because this is to add umami. It is to add additional creaminess, because when cheese melts, obviously it will thicken it as well. So this adds creaminess, it adds thickness to it, and it adds umami. Now, how much you add is going to be entirely dependent on your particular ratio, on how much cheese you like in your Alfredo. And me personally, I'm lactose intolerant. And fun fact is these kind of hard cheeses tend to have very, if any, lactose in it because the microorganisms have all actually converted the lactose sugars into all this goodness that you see here. So the more of this I put in, the less symptoms I'm going to have. So I like to make it really cheesy. Your mileage may vary. The three general components of an Alfredo are just going to be butter, it's going to be whipping cream, it's going to be salt, pepper, and Parmesan. And really, realistically, that all just kind of gets cooked together. And there you go, that's an Alfredo sauce. And then the most important part of all of it, in order to make it really good, is going to be your pasta water. Don't forget a good friend pasta water. If you haven't been watching since the very beginning, we talked a little bit about what this pasta water does. It binds everything together. It makes oil and water, who normally hate each other, now love each other. Or like they're like the, you know, like when you have like two people who like really don't get along, but like once you add a third person, then like they get along really well. It's kind of like that. Makes the threesome work, I guess. Who's? I'm almost worried. Like, what are you guys clipping? Are you clipping the sus stuff or like? Oh man. Thanks for following, J-Kun, Ponecake, Owncake, 05, and okay, good. All right. So, going to continue. I want some more cheese. You guys think that's enough cheese? Should I keep going? That actually didn't take that long, now I'm thinking about it. It's like, this is a nice microplane. This is actually the one, fun fact is I actually lost every single one of my tools. My knife bag got stolen when I was a professional. And this was one of the things that survived. So, from my old days. Many years old. Is it 20 years old at this point? No, it's not. Jeez, I'm not that old. 10 years old. Decade old. Maybe a little bit more. Surprised the teeth still work, honestly. Okay, so we're just gonna leave it at that. So, I would say probably a good ratio that you kind of want to aim for to get this going is like one part cream, like 3 parts cream. Okay, actually, let me think about this. Like 3 parts cream, 1 part butter. Yeah, I think you can actually do 1, 2, 3. I like the 1, 2, 3 method. 1, 2, 3 sounds nice. Let's go with 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna go 1 part butter, 2 parts cheese, 3 parts cream, and then we cook that down, blend it together. Add some salt and pepper to taste, and your pasta water, and that's good to go. Now, personally, I like garlic, so to make this just a little bit, you know, fancier, I'm gonna add some garlic. Also, just because I want to do knife work, I'm gonna add some shallots. I'm gonna add some garlic, and then just give it a little bit more additional flavor. And then we have our brown butter and sage that we did before, that we're also going to pour in and emulsify in. So let's get started. I'm going to move this off to the side, and that'll be fine. I'm going to have like find timestamps and see how long it actually took me to do all this. Oh wow, that garlic is messed up. That's a potato. Oh jeez. Oh, this garlic is also hollow. Do I have good garlic? Uh-oh. Oh, this one's okay. All right, I'm gonna use this one. I'm just gonna go, how garlicky you guys like things, huh? Oh shit, hey, thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Astral. Waifu raid. Nice, yeah. We hitting some high protein stuff here, so perfect. We like things pretty garlicky, so I'm gonna go with 1, 2, 3, 4, like, I don't know, a bunch. Similarly, like, all the stuff is completely variable, right? It's all based off of your own tastes. But if you do want a general ratio of how much garlic to use, then I would go with like, for one portion, 1 clove of garlic. If you're like, you know, you like garlic, not too much. 2, if you're a garlic lover. 3, if you really love garlic. And then go nuts after that, I guess. Easiest way, peel garlic, smack the shit. You'll notice that I am actually having my finger along the neck of the knife when I do this. This just helps with preventing any kind of like neck snapping. Lateral force, or force that is going against the blade this way, whether you're chopping or smacking or anything, is the thing that breaks knives the easiest. So when smashing, you just add a little bit extra support over there, and you know it's not gonna cause problems for your knife. Anyway, so now they're smashed. You just pinch it by the tip, not the root end, and the skin comes right off. I still hate peeling garlic though. We actually have one of those like unitasker, like garlic peelers. I use it sometimes. I'm so used to the trash can being on the left side. I don't know why I put it on the right side today. I keep looking for it on my left and going, huh, where is it? All right, boom. Skin comes right off. So one of the things I find interesting, if you want to save time, and this is like my little thing, that like my little hill that I die on, that I think people will heavily disagree with me, but like, y'all fuck with the butts. You what do you do with the ass ends of garlic? You got like those pieces at the end. Do you cut them off? I think most people cut them off, right? And then you're told like, oh yeah, that's gonna be hard, that's gonna not taste good. No one can tell. They get cooked down and they get soft just the same. Like I'll cut them off right now, otherwise people will complain. But like, they really don't. You can't tell. You really can't. Like even like Michelin star stuff. Things if you're cutting it fine enough and you're like cooking it well, it's gone. Like it's just soft. All right. So I'm gonna be a little extra about this for knife skills, but so what I'm doing is I'm brunoising the garlic. I'm cutting it very, very, very thin. It's slippery. Honestly, I should probably like, and then you go like this, right? It's a little extra. It's a knife skills thing. I didn't do the other cut because I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm still just gonna like chop through it and dice it, but that's a fun little thing you can do. So normally what you want to do is you do want to like cut off. Oh my god. Oh god. The thing is, Maggie's shedding right now, and oh my god, because she was just in the kitchen, I have fur that keeps getting on my face. Oh, that's annoying. You usually want to cut off a base on the garlic over here so that it is flat, doesn't roll around, and then you can slice like this, sidewards. If you're confident, please don't slice your fingers. And then, all right. Turn it. Oh man, this garlic is falling. Oh geez, this garlic is really old. It is falling apart. That's also why I like to go over it. That's not perfect. That's far from perfect. That's okay. It still works. No one's gonna judge me, I think. People on the internet probably will. Be like, oh my god, what kind of chef were you? One that doesn't really care that much anymore. You can also just like, do it this way, right? Slice it real thin like this. lay it out flat, turn it, go through it again. Ta-dang, right? And just do like nice pass through it. Just make sure it's small. I keep running into this, so I'm being a little lazy about it. I'm not gonna lie, but you know. Oh God, Chef's gonna yell at me. Sorry, Chef. I'm worthless, Chef. Yes, I only belong in a Denny's, Chef. I won't happen again, Chef. Oh man, that was the thing that actually happened. One of the cooks I was working with was making stock. For whatever reason, like we're at a Michelin star restaurant, right? You should know better than to make stock and leave the peels on the onions. Like, why would you do that? She left the peels on the onions, and like this is one of those things. This is like kind of like the garlic butts, right? It doesn't actually matter that much. Like realistically, it's like a stock. You're gonna boil the shit out of it. It's gonna be strained. It doesn't matter. But it's like a point of pride. It's about like doing things the right way. And so it's just like if she is doing it like this, if she's doing it like this for the stock, what else is she taking shortcuts on? That's the kind of mentality of why Chef was so mad. And she just got reamed out, right? She's just like what are you doing with these peels? And she's like, oh, I'm making it for stock, Chef. And she's like what are you thinking? And then like I didn't hear the rest of the conversation because I was walking past, trying not to hang around and listen too much, but like I know the line that was sent at the end was like just was it like get back to your station. You're only get back to your station. The only thing you're good for is to work at a Denny's. And then like she ran off the line. She had to spend a couple minutes crying in the walk-in, which was not an uncommon occurrence. People either screaming in the walk-in, crying in the walk-in, or punching the shit out of the walk-in. There were a lot of dents. It's probably why I deal with stress pretty decently, all things considered. Still have bits. Yeah, I mean, like, it's dirt. Dirt's not gonna harm you. So dirt helps you, you know? Okay, I did the, I'm gonna do a shallot. I have shallots laying around. It's giant shallot here. So, right. So, shallots, I think this specific way I'm gonna be doing the shallot is gonna be, is a very, very, it's one of the markers of like fine dining now. This was something that was popularized by the French Laundry and Thomas Keller. Chives and shallots cut in this particular way. I don't have chives; they go bad too quick. But shallots last a while, so I keep them around. You can tell. It's kind of like a sign. I'm giving you guys secrets. If you have a chef who knows and has practiced, a chef or cook who knows and has practiced cutting cutting shallots and chives this way, then you know that they have been at a place that has a certain standard. Because what that means is that that place has a chef who studied under someone who was at the French Laundry, or someone who, or someone who like learned those skills and like kind of has that pedigree. Not so much today, but back when I was cooking in like 2010, was it 2010? 2012? 2010s, I should say. That's kind of what it signified. So this style of cutting, and I think it's still a thing today because I was watching a video from Fallow Restaurant. Really cool YouTube channel. I learned a lot of stuff from them, and I really like watching them. Cool guys, British chefs, and they were talking about how this is something that they still do, and like is like an indicator of skills. So I think from that one restaurant, French Laundry, all the way back when, it's still considered a mark of like a good chef with attention to detail and good knife skills. It's kind of like that onion thing I was talking about, where it's oh wow, this one's kind of fucked up. Where it's not necessarily about this particular shallot, and it's not about this particular shallot. It's not about this shallot being a specific way, but rather what this kind of attention to detail implies in your other work, and what kind of training and what kind of what kind of skills that you have. So yeah, you do the cuts like that first. It's technically a micro brunoise because this is much smaller than 1/16 of an inch. And you cut it like this, right? And generally speaking, you kind of want to take your time to make sure that's nice and even. Take out these errant strands over here. Normally you want to like square it off. Literally one of the things that chefs would look for is just how perfectly square all this looks at the end. And like, because to do this well, you have to have a sharp knife and you have to have a good slicing technique. Otherwise, it will fall apart on you. And like these ones I'm doing right now are a little big compared to how I used to do it. But like I said, I think they're okay. I don't know if you can, it's kind of hard to show off on camera, but let's see if you guys can see that. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's my best work. I think right now I'm a little tired and stressed. Also haven't actually eaten. This one's a little finer. Oh, wow, these shallots are strong. So, if you guys see that, I'd turn it towards the light a little bit to focus on it. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, and then so like what, and then like this kind of scrap that you see, because it wasn't in those perfect squares, these would be either discarded or not actually discarded, but usually you put it into stock or use it to make like a shallot oil or something like that. Oh my God, Maggie, your fucking fur, holy shit. My face, it's so itchy. I'm actually slightly allergic to cats, but yeah, so like for instance this, I'll probably make into like a shallot oil or something like that later. What you can also do is like you can put it in the butter. You can put it in the butter, you can let it, like steep. So, I'll get a container. Jesus Christ, my face is itchy. I'll get a container and like, put it away. So, I just decided to come in here and say, yes, chef. I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if I can have the chef title. That's something like I always have a problem with. It's like, can I call myself chef? Personally, I don't feel like I've earned it. I know that's like and that's a very personal thing. But whatever. So with this, we want to sweat all this off, and then we want to melt all of it. So we're going to go really fast here. And we're just going to and like I said, we're going to approximate. We already used our butter for this, so we don't need that much for this. So, like I said, 3, 2, 1, pretty simple. And yeah. With that much butter, I'll probably go like this much. Approximate it, right? It's fine. So we're gonna first turn this on. I still have the sage and butter in there. I didn't bother cleaning it because we're doing the same thing. So this is gonna go real fast. You throw the butter in there, right? And even as it heats up, you can already throw in the garlic and the shallots. That way it'll just kind of like cook off as you go. Also, this thing where I'm like scraping off things with my hand, that's because cutting is this way, lateral, you won't have any problems. Melting it. That being said, do as I say, not what I do. Don't do that, and never ever do that against cutting board. That's what causes your knife to get duller and have all those micro serration problems. Like it shatters at a microscopic scale. I'm gonna pour the rest of this butter in. To help. I need to get a spoon. I'll use my spoon. Fine. Right? This goes real quick. Butter's not even melting completely. Cool. Now we have a butter, and we're waiting. As you can see, waiting for all of this to get fragrant. And just get a little floral, get that nice garlic and shallot smell. You don't want to do it too much, because that gets the burning real quick as well. Eventually, when I do this, I need to find out some kind of hood or some kind of smoke sort of thing. This will be fine for now. I turned off the smoke detectors for now. What's the worst that can happen? Right? And just like that, that's probably enough. It's gonna, remember that it is going to continue cooking within everything else. So that's our butter already in there. I do want to grab a spoon because I do want to make sure that we are mixing. Actually, I'm actually gonna grab a whisk. This is a metal wire whisk, right? And then I'm gonna turn the heat down a little bit, because when we're adding our cream, we're adding our cheese and things, we want to whisk it in slowly. That's just gonna help it emulsify a little bit better and not split as easily. The heavy cream will split regardless a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and just add my cheese. I'm doing it the very, 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 people will get mad at me for this, but it works, so. I like to do the cheese and the butter and then cream slowly. This is the lower heat. You can see that's already coming together, right? Into a sauce. We're on a lowish heat, and we're gonna add a little bit of this pasta water in. Remember that we reduced the pasta water in order to give it more body in terms of the amount of starch in there, so that it comes together better. We're just gonna add this heavy cream in here till it gets kind of the consistency or the color that we want. I think I'm gonna add a tiny bit more from what I can smell. And then we want to cook this down. We don't want to cook it down. As we cook it down, it'll get thicker as the water goes. We don't want to cook it too hard. If we cook it too hard, it will start splitting on us. But a little trick you can do if it starts splitting, I might just run this really hot just so I can show you guys. If it does start splitting on you, you can always just make a roux. Or you can use cornstarch, either way. Oh my God, Maggie, Jesus. Right, and that's going, we're gonna hit with a little bit of salt and pepper. So the 3 ingredients that you should always add to savory dishes and a lot of stuff is gonna be salt. Personally, in almost every kind of dish I do, even Chinese dishes now, I'm gonna do salt, a little black pepper, right? And savory, MSG. It's trifecta. Salt, pepper, MSG. Always gotta have them. Now we're gonna turn the heat up. I'm gonna cook this really hard and see if we can split it. So as you can see right now, it's I might need more cheese actually. Forgot how much air is in that. The CO levels are going wild. Oh God, he's got his AirPods in. Ah! I wonder if I just stick it in and it just melts in. Was that save me trouble? A little bit more cheese. I'll help it thicken up. Ooh, nice. Nice! As the cream cooks, it gets thicker. That's a function of the proteins denaturing as well. So, and as the starches cook alongside everything, it'll bind everything together and also make it thicker. As the water evaporates, it makes it thicker. And as you know, as everyone knows, we like it thick. We don't want just 1 C when it's thick. We want at least 2 Cs, if not 3 or 4 Cs when we like it thick. All right? One of the ways that you can also tell if this sauce is going to be good is the spoon test. Honestly, one of the biggest issues is like, if you whisk, actually, like, I think it was working out pretty well. Like, I go really fast. I have it really high, but I'm also whisking really fast. So it doesn't burn at the bottom. That's one thing you got to worry about if you're going hard and fast, is burning at the bottom. Me, personally, I have ADHD. I like to do things really hard and fast, so, you know. Uncle Roger would be proud. I think Uncle Roger needs to get better at his own cooking before judging other people's cooking. That's my opinion. I'll do a culinary battle against Uncle Roger. Except, like, shouldn't be a regular one. Should be something dumb. I don't know, Chad, what do you think? If I do a culinary battle against Uncle Roger, what should we do? Fried rice? Too simple. All right, we're boiling the shit out of it. She's just melt. Also, that was called chafing. All right. So one of the things about boiling too, I want to point out is that, like, we see a nice glossiness on the surface. That glossiness, that like shine, does. Man, can you see that? It's real. It's kind of hard to see. Oh, you can kind of see it. So that glossiness and that shine is indicative of it really starting to get thicker and get to that consistency we want. So if you're in like a fancy restaurant, all that kind of stuff, you see that I have a lot of garlic in here. I have a lot of stuff in here. Then you would want to strain that through a strainer to make sure that you have a nice velvety smooth sauce. Sometimes even like a cheesecloth or something like that. So it has all the flavor, but none of the other stuff. And this is also something I'm going to be talking about a lot. But there's literally something, I don't have it here today with me. But there is a strainer, and they call it a China cap, which is as bad as it sounds. And it's because it's pointy like that, and they call it a China cap. I didn't think too much of it when I was in culinary school, and then I was like, sometime later, I was like, wait a minute, it's kind of fucked up. And then the other term that you might hear for it that is more acceptable because it's in a different language is called the chinois. And that's French for basically China cap. So, don't get me wrong, it's a great tool. I don't even know what they call it nowadays. I know a lot of restaurants have stopped calling it chinois or China cap because of that, but you know. So another way you can tell if the sauce is thick enough is you coat the back of a spoon, right? This one's a little bit more slippery than usual, but you can see how it holds its position, and you go across. See how it holds its shape? Can you guys see that? I don't know. Like you can see exact. Let me go get a metal spoon. I don't think you can see it very well. So, back of the spoon, right? It's gonna drip everywhere, that's fine. Back of the spoon, and then if you swipe across, you see that how that holds? See how there is that line in the middle still? That's what you're looking for. That's how you know this is thick enough. Right, Maggie? That's what I'm saying. Oh man, that's delicious. Holy shit. Damn, that's really good. So, number one, is this better than the jar when we taste it? Let's pour it in and let's see. Ignore the fact that it does have a little jar stuff in it. That is probably way too much for a single serving, but you know what? We fuck with it. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Where the hell are my chopsticks? Here we go. Right? Here we go. I feel like someone needs to clip this or something. Gonna mix that in. Ooh. Ooh, that's nice and thick. Ooh, that's saucy. Ooh. Ooh. I just get like a thumbnail of just like getting all this white all over my face. So you can see just how thick that is, right? All right, now I feel like I should have a little product placement. So you can see just how nice and thick that is, how creamy that is. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that pull. Ooh. Man, it's so sticky, I'm actually having trouble doing the pull because things won't fall down properly. Anyway, with the naked nudes, this is the house-made Alfredo. Let's try it and see if it's any better. Damn! This is worth the lactose intolerance, let me tell you. Oh, damn. Is that better? Fuck yeah, it is. Of course it's better. I was a fucking Michelin star chef. Is that better? Fuck yeah. I was a Michelin star chef. Cook. I was a cook. Not chef. Once again, I have problems about that. That's fucking delicious. That's really good. I will suffer later for this, but it'll be worth it, let me tell you. But the question is, look at all this. Is it worth the cleanup I gotta do now? And how much did it cost me? Put the numbers up on the screen over here. Later in a video. $7. $16. Okay, we're not counting that one. You know, say like $7, you know, $4. The Parmesan cheese, oh my God, that's less expensive. The sage. It's not that many ingredients, but is this that much better? And is this worth the time? How much is your time worth to you, right? Because to clean all this up and all this up, I'm gonna have to take another half an hour minimum. Wiping everything down, cleaning it up, packing it away. And I think for special occasions, yeah, I would definitely do this. On special occasions, absolutely, you know, real fucking Parmigiano Reggiano. I butchered that name. I butchered that. This is gold. This is so good. And then also add a little MSG into that, and brown butter and sage. Oh my God. And a little roasted garlic and shallots. That's some good shit. But man, if I was busy, if it was just like an everyday meal, I do not want to do this amount of dishes. So personally, my vote, this, add a little MSG, little brown butter and sage, just dried sage or dried oregano, dried anything that you have. A little bit of butter, a little bit of dried herbs in there, MSG. This, boom, you're done, right? You can use the same pot that you cooked this in, right? Because you want the liquid anyway. You don't want to use all the liquid, obviously, pour some of it out, but one pot, hell, you could even eat it out of the pot if you want. You can actually make that sauce directly, or no, you have to take it out, but like, you can then eat it out of the pot. I don't know where you're gonna put the noodles, but like, you know. So, personally, I think your best bang for buck, if you're gonna be doing this, with our noodles or without, nice thing is, like this, you get all the protein and all the fiber and some vitamins, minerals. You don't need to worry about like, with our noodles, you don't need to worry about having a protein. You don't need to worry about having a vegetable. Like, you still should, okay? Like, don't get me wrong, you still should. But you don't have to worry as much if this is all you eat compared to like regular noodles or regular pasta. Hey, you're gonna be getting your protein. You're gonna be getting fiber even. You don't need to fight wars in the bathroom. And you're getting some amount of, you know, you're getting some amount of vitamins and minerals. So, I don't know. There's my cell, I guess. And then if you want even more protein, like the 33-gram thing, right? I think 33 grams because of how much cheese and stuff I put into this. Actually, how much protein is this one? Nothing. There's nothing in here. Okay, this is like 1 gram of protein. Yeah, that's not much. For the amount of cheese I added in this, I think the amount of cheese I added in this, if we actually look at the protein, and we use the Pro Plus, I think we'd be looking at like 40-something grams of protein. So, you know, pretty good. Like, trying to choke down that much in either a protein shake or in any other meal, it's gonna be hard. I prefer this. But I'm also a slut for noodles, so your mileage may vary. That's just me. So, yeah, not really any different pasta. Absolutely delicious. Oh, that's good. Oh my god. Lactase, digestive enzymes. I'm old now. That's like a rule. Yeah. Time to be garbage and buy some freezer Alfredo. I mean, that's good. That's good. What do you think? I simply don't. Yeah. Well. But I'm gonna put all this aside. You guys want to see me cook something else, or like, what time is it even? I could cook something else. I already have all this set up. I may as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll cook something else real quick. This is actually gonna be. This is one of my favorites. It's super fast, super easy, also super cheap. I'll put everything away real quick, clean up a little bit, and we'll get started. I'll put this away to eat later. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like I said, one of the big things here is like, oh my god, what am I gonna do with the rest of these ingredients, right? The cream especially. The butter and cheese, that's fine. The butter and cheese, you know, that'll stay, right? But everything else, it's like, what am I gonna do here? Oh shit. Hey, Gene11, thanks for following. Nice seeing you around. Everyone go follow Gene11. She is awesome. She came to our facility and was cosplay Kiara. Was really cool. Yeah, go follow her. Oh my God, I'm not looking forward to these dishes, let me tell you, and I already got to wash up some of this stuff. Boy. Yeah, anyway, be smart about things. Prepare some things, and don't prepare others. Oy, jeez. Okay, okie dokie Loki. Yeah, that'll go there. I'm gonna use a new pot and get all this out. If you can't tell, some of the lines and stuff I'm doing is also so I can turn this into a YouTube short and TikTokies. So that's why sometimes I'll repeat phrases. I gotta create content. I create too much like, I realize that I create too much like big content. I need to do more like small content, right? So more reactive content too. It's like one of those, you know you should do it, but you just aren't doing it. You know you should. To be fair, it's really hard for me to find the time to do that. Do you know how long it took me to actually set all this up? It took me 3 hours. Like to get the lighting, to figure out like how all this is set up. Like I have so many wires attached to me right now, it's insane. I have a Tensync mic for regular recording because the Rode's quality is sometimes not the best, especially through the stream, and it has trouble doing like a record and stream at the same time. And then there's so I have a Rode, I have a Tensync, and then I have that camera connected to like with 2 wires connected to the laptop. Laptop needs to be connected to a power source. I have one light here, a big MRAN 300C here with a grid, another light here, and I have the fill. And then I had to like test everything. Originally I was gonna wear a chef outfit, but like I couldn't find it, so. And then I had to like check the power sources, and luckily nothing blew up, so we're good. Yet, I mean, I guess I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch, right? Doo-doo-doo. Washing on the side. You guys can't see me. I don't know if it matters that much that I'm not like getting like close shot food porn of like I'll do it without. And if I see like it's a problem, then I'll like add some more food porn shots or something. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think just eating is probably fine. You can see it. I actually can't really see how it looks exactly, so. You want to beam like me? Do not be like me. I know it looks fun and shit right now, but I don't sleep. I don't really. I work so much. I do so much. It is not fun. And I make no fucking money. I'd be making more money if I worked at McDonald's. I'm not even kidding. I literally survive off of Vite. I ate a lot of Vite. Also, I eat a lot of takeout. That's also true. I do a lot of DoorDash. I actually don't cook very much because I keep forgetting. I buy things and then I forget. There we go. And yeah, buying things and forgetting is not fantastic. It's not even forgetting. I feel like a lot of the times I literally am just way too tired, you know? Like after all the decision making and everything that I have to do, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm hungry. I can't be arsed to do another thing right now. So yeah. Wow, KitchenAid for account number. Yeah. It's funny. A lot of the equipment I have, I don't think. I think a lot of the equipment I have, I don't think I would use if I was. I don't think I would use a lot of it if I wasn't like doing these streams and like doing videos. Like my food processor never got used when I wasn't like doing like cooking content and that kind of stuff. So, you know. Oh shit. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Crater. And oh yeah, let me yeah, and thanks for following Yuki Et-chan. Cool. All right, so we're gonna start another thing, and this one's called "What the Hell's in My Fridge?" Right, Maggie? That's what I'm saying. What time is it? Is it your dinner time? It is not your dinner time. Don't lie to me, cat. It's not your dinner time. Ooh, you're scheming. You are attempting to trick me, you little trickster. I might feed her early, so she shuts up. Oh, man. 420? What? Is that what, like follower count or something? I don't know. I know you're facing some hard times right now, but I aspire to be like you, man. Oh, thanks. I'm trying, man. I've been at this for I have been at this for like 8 years now. And like for 9 years, geez. And so if you kind of like, I think it is interesting because I think we have a fan base that has been here since like the beginning, since our Kickstarter days, and so like some people have been with us nearly a decade. But I think by and large, we don't have like that much reach because we just don't have that much money to do like a ton of advertising and that kind of stuff. So our follower count and our reach and that sort of stuff just tends to be really low. Like if you just look at it from an outside source, right? You look at Vite, we haven't even crossed 10K on Twitter. Our Facebook and our Instagram also like kind of stagnant. I don't exactly have a lot of followers personally either, but I think that does actually say just kind of I think it is nice because it does say a lot about I guess like hopefully we have been doing the right things because even with lower follower counts and that kind of stuff, we are able to sell quite a few noodles. We have sold I think over 2 million noodles now since we started. So it's definitely tough going, and I'm hoping that now like we're just starting to hit a groove and we're starting to like really ramp up on things. I think now what you see and what I'm able to do now, it's like, oh yeah, like this is cool, right? This is something that this is, you know, the production value is pretty high. I have a pretty decent mic. And I think I have a decent stream presence. I can yap without, you know, breaks and things like that. But it's all stuff that you see now, and it's not necessarily something that was like, you know, it's like you see it now. It took me 9 years. I wasn't the greatest at the beginning, though. Also, I think I have some stuff to learn from the beginning me because I think I am missing some of the forest for the trees right now. But yeah, it's been a tough journey. It's still tough, obviously. Like part of the reason why, it is funny. It is funny though, right? Like one of the reasons why I'm incentivized to do all this is because I'm just like, previously when I was making shorts and doing that kind of stuff, it was like, this isn't really worth my time, honestly. Like it takes so long to do, and then like we're getting like a couple hundred views, not getting any sales. We did like a whole month where we posted every single day. Didn't get a single sale off of those shorts. That kind of sucked, but I think a lot of it is because I was approaching it wrong, right? I was just doing like shorts for short's sake, and it wasn't like, so like these streams I'm doing now, I'm talking to you guys, you know, interacting with chat more. We're being able to like, I have something to say, right? I I think that's like one of the more important things is part of this is reactive content. Like one of the hardest things I had to learn was that like honestly no one gives a shit. One of the hardest things to learn is no one cares about your content. No one does. Yes, they will slightly, slowly over time, but once again, if you even look at our stuff, like man, the video I made for Zentrea, I got 200 views, man. I worked so hard on that. 200, right? Even the latest one I made for Merryweather, yeah, we got a bunch of views on Twitter and stuff. I don't think anyone really watched it through all the way. I think that one's sitting at under 200 right now. No one cares about the content that you make unless you make it relevant to something that they have context for. You need to bridge that context, and like, that's something I've been focusing a lot on, and also just like right now, also brand accounts. Like I worked so hard on the fucking Vite Ramen brand accounts, and I never grew my own like personal account, and now I'm just like, wow, I'm gonna outgrow Vite soon, and I've like barely started working on it. Which like, ouch, right? Damn, that's a lot of years wasted. You learn a lot of these kind of lessons along the way. I will say though, like, I wasn't good about making my content reach a lot of people. My content did not jive with the algorithm. And so it wasn't promoted very much. I've learned that you can't just, quote unquote, be yourself. You do need to figure out the algorithm and then have the skill to be yourself while appeasing the algorithm. That's what's hard. Some people are very lucky. Some people naturally, when they're be themselves, get the algorithmic relevance. Not all of us do. I think if you look at all my Twitter posts lately, right? I mean, obviously there's a lot going on too, but I also even before all that shit started happening, I hit a viral post. 400, what was that? 440 something likes, like 13 million views, and then like all the ones afterwards too. If you like scroll back looking at the other kind of engagement I used to have versus like now. It's very much like understanding how, where, and where to use that relevance. And I think I've been able to understand what kind of, and like I think that's also really one of the interesting things. As someone who's autistic, and anyone else who might think they're on the spectrum or believe that they might be autistic, and this is a really important subject to me, we have to perceive stories and emotions and other things that come naturally to people in a very logical way. That can make you feel like a terrible person because society tells you you're supposed to just feel these things. You're supposed to just know these things. And so if you have to actively think about it, they go, that's called manipulation. No, for those on the autistic spectrum, that's just how we think. We can't process emotions in the same way. We have to go through a logical step when we talk about emotion. And one of the greatest examples I thought of, or that I've seen, one of the greatest examples that I've seen before is when I say the phrase, "It's raining cats and dogs out there," what do you think? Apparently, the mass majority of people will immediately jump to, "It's just raining really hard." But if you're perhaps on the spectrum, and once again, this is not a foolproof test, this is just like an example. If you're on the spectrum, you will literally need to take that step of thinking about cats and dogs first, falling from the sky. That's what appears in your mind immediately. And then translate that and take that additional discrete step of, they don't actually mean literally cats and dogs. It is a contextual social situation in which you need to bridge it and go, they mean it's raining really hard. In that same way, when someone tells you to just be yourself as an autistic person, I think a lot of us get scared because when we grow up as a neurodivergent person in a society that isn't built for neurodivergent people, We all have trauma. The fact of the matter is, every single one of us was ostracized in some way, was thought of as weird, something felt wrong about us. Or even if you managed to mask very well, if you managed to pretend to be normal, to be neurotypical, it felt like pretending. And so you felt like you were a manipulator. You felt like you were this person who was controlling other people and going, I need to do this to get this kind of emotion out of them. That's manipulation. I'm a bad person. No, you're not. You just have a different way of thinking about it, of approaching things. And I know so many people who have that problem, who think they're terrible people, and the amount of times I've heard, I'm a manipulator, I'm a bad person because of it, and then to have your self-esteem ruined because of that. And to not be able to keep relationships because you believe that every time you get in a relationship, you're just manipulating someone. That's not true. You're just perceiving the world differently. And how most people perceive it is going to be different. That is your way of processing the world. That doesn't make you a manipulator. A manipulator is someone who tries to get emotions out of people without consent. The important thing about here is expression of consent, the expression of what you are trying to communicate with the person, and to not to try and control them, but to do the thing. But for instance, if I'm trying to do something to make someone happy, am I manipulating their emotion into happiness? No, I'm doing something and hoping they become happy. If I force them to try and be happy, then that's problematic. But if I leave the decision up to them, that's what communication is as well. And it's so hard to figure out. And no one tells you these things, right? There's no rule book. I mean, like, I kind of want to write one at this point. Like, honestly, I've like literally every single thing that's coming out of my mouth right now, I learned as a distinct social rule set. How I just phrase things where I am slowing words down to create emphasis. How my voice rises up and down in pitch. This is all an act. This is how I've learned to behave and how I know this will be perceived better because this is what's expected. That doesn't make me a manipulator. That just makes me want to not get fucking bullied because people keep going, you're a robot. That people go, you don't have emotion. That you're different. These are responses that we have because we're different. And at the end of the day, it is all going to be about how you do these things, how you allow other people to have their own space, that you're not trying to control them, but that you're waiting for consent, that you are opening a door and not trying to force something. You're extending the hand out, and it hurts. I think that's also why a lot of autistic people will tend to be introverts, not because they're necessarily introverts in and of themselves, that they hate social interaction, but rather that social interaction has hurt them so often and so much that they decide it's not worth it. And often it feels like it's not, but you still get lonely. You still sit there and wish you had closer friends, that you didn't have to feel that way all the time. Like, fuck. Me sitting here right now, like, I would say that, like, I don't have a lot of super close neurotypical friends, like people who aren't also on the spectrum and such. Because it's so hard to not feel like you're causing problems or like you're doing something wrong and you don't know the contexts and you don't know the social rules, you don't know that particular rule book of that particular subgroup or subculture that you're part of. Because then you use one rule book over here and then, oh no, that rule's slightly different. Don't do this, don't do that. And everyone else somehow picks it up through context, and then you're like sitting there like literally writing it down on your phone, or at least I do. And then you practice it and you drill it. Yeah. Sorry, I got on these rants. I have a lot of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I don't even remember what the entire point of that was. I'll just get back to cooking, I guess. Oh man. Ooh. I think it was 420. Oh, do you do visits to the facility? In that, no. So the thing is that like visits to the facility are a lot more difficult to do because they just have a lot of visits to the facility have a lot more. Oh man, now I'm like thinking about crossing my arms. Like if I do this, it's a closed off response. If you gesture like this, it's an open response. Anyway. Yeah, because it's an FDA like food facility. Places like Jelly Belly have people and like all these walkways and stuff so that you can see without getting in. Otherwise, because we're a smaller facility, it's a lot more difficult to do tours or anything like that. So it's just generally a better idea for us not to because it just complicates the paperwork. So unfortunately. You're about chopped kind of cooking shit. Let's go fridge dish time. Yeah, I actually have a bunch of stuff done with that already. I just haven't edited it, which is like my life. I have terabytes and terabytes of stuff like this that just hasn't been edited. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Talk about region persona. Yeah. Oh, I'm actually gonna swap out a card real quick. I know this one's almost full. Be right back. Oh my god. Okay. Pop this card out. This is card number 1. I'll pop this one in, and then should be all right. These are 256s too. All right, cool. And boom. There we go. How's my battery doing on everything? Double check before I start. Oh, it's going well. Nice. Okay, cool. Yay! All the battery stuff I hooked up is working. All right, cool. So yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, that came from like. Oh man, hype train level 1. I'm really bad at keeping up with the stuff. Thanks for the 100 bits. Hype train. Bits goal something. Dude, these are like automatically sent. I have no idea what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know what's going on. Renegade Outcast, thanks for following. Lanyard Guard, thanks for subscribing, and Ghetto Bino, thanks for following. Yeah, I remember I had a point somewhere with like, oh yeah, just like being Alfredo ramen. So many questions, mostly why? Because it's not that different. I think one of the things I like to do is for food to be to understand food differently, right? I think a lot of people, when they think of food, it's a very rigid structure. Food is actually, perhaps unsurprisingly, everyone does food differently. And so if we don't explore food, if we don't have fun with food, different combinations, different things adding, and we get away from this restrictive idea of what is and what isn't, then we realize that food is constantly changing. Food is changing all the time. Even within our lifetimes, the definition of certain foods have changed. Do you know that ramen, like ramen, restaurant ramen, we're not even talking like, cup noodles and stuff. Restaurant ramen only started in 1910. 1910. Like, we barely passed 100 years of ramen. And the first ramen was started in 1910 by a place in Asakura, Tokyo, called Rai Ken. And it was actually started by Chinese immigrants. Rai Ken is actually a Japanese pronunciation of Chinese words, Lai Kan, or otherwise, come and see. And ramen is la mian. Ramen was originally actually a Chinese noodle, and it's generally known as a Chinese noodle The original shoyu bowl of noodle used the fermented bamboo that was common in Chinese cuisine at the time, and is one of the things that is mostly common in ramen nowadays. So back then, the only kind of ramen was that style of ramen. And now we have all kinds of ramen everywhere, right? We have, and like even now, like even very recently, we started to categorize ramen in these categories of tonkotsu, of miso, which is somehow both a broth and a seasoning, and to understand the core components of aroma oil and broth and tare. And these things aren't set in stone. They're things that constantly change. They're things that constantly evolve. And as we find new things, we have more definition. As more people experiment, as more people do things, then we get beautiful new combinations. Ramen is not restricted to one thing, just like food is not restricted to any one definition. It's constantly evolving. It's constantly becoming new things. Tonkotsu ramen came out of tonkotsu ramen. Arguably also came from some of the Chinese broths, and it can be really argued who really came up with it. It's a pork broth, man. It's a pork broth boiled for a very long time. A lot of people came up with it. Did it really just only come out of Hakata? Or did it technically come from my hometown, Shanghai, where we have a thick, rich, dense white broth called yendushen? Who knows? It doesn't really matter. Like, I guarantee you, there's not just one person in the world who thought, man, what happens if I boil bones for a really, 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 really long time? I mean, the French were doing it. That's how you make stock. Except like they wanted clarity, right? So that's, and speaking of which, clarity and broths and how the French did it got transferred also over to Vietnamese cuisine through, like colonization. But the cuisine still did transfer. And that came to, and a lot of the techniques are implemented into things like pho today. That's also a little contentious, but what we know is that there were a lot of French influences in how all of it worked, like banh mi's, for instance. Food always changes. Food is not a monolith. Domino's versus Pizza Hut makes it differently. And you think cuisines all around the world of 8 billion people, and we're not just constantly evolving and trying and having different definitions? We argue about the definition of pizza all the time. The meme of what is a sandwich, right? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Who knows? Like we think about it, we think about like the best thing since sliced bread, right? And we realize that the concept of slicing bread to eat, it's not that old. People used to just like tear it, right? You just bit into it, you tore it with your hands. Slicing bread as our main way of how we process and eat bread, that's a very new way of eating bread. And bread's been around for thousands of years. It's one of the oldest foods. Isn't that crazy? So why pasta? Why Alfredo with ramen? Because it's fun. Because we should always be exploring. We should always be trying new things. We should always be having fun with things. And also, this one's not even that different. Come on, it's noodles, right? Like, yet that's like saying, ooh, I replaced that spaghetti with fettuccine. Ooh, that's weird. Not really. Like, it's noodles with noodles, right? It's not like we're not pouring the broth in there. I mean, you can. But, I mean, we literally did this with coq blanc, with hazumi. Like this is literally already a thing with hazumi. Nice creamy load of coq blanc in your mouth. So long-winded. I will do that a lot. If you couldn't tell, I have ADHD. Yeah. I am medicated too, by the way. Pause. Pause? Like, I feel you, but I think a delicate noodle like a ramen. So, wow. No, do I have any left? Ramen also has so many different kinds of noodles. Ours is one kind of noodle, but there's, let me see if I have one to show you guys. Man. These will work. So for instance, this is jjajangmyeon, which, depending on how you want to pronounce it, jjajangmyeon, it's all different pronunciations of the same thing, whether you're speaking Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Mandarin, Cantonese, whatever. But look at these noodles. These are significantly thicker. And you can see that these noodles, I mean, they're a lot more standard, but they are way thicker than, let's say, let me go find. Here's Sapporo Ichiban. I have a lot of ramen. I love ramen. Look at these. Look how different they are. Isn't that cool? And actually even our noodle cutters, right? Then you have ours. These are all different styles of noodles. These are all different varieties. And I find this is really funny. This looks a lot smaller than these, right? But this is because of that. Have you guys seen the whole like taller, the tall and the whatever? Yeah, it's because this has a lot more density in it. The actual weight and the actual amount of noodles is, I think ours actually has slightly more than them. Doesn't look like it though, right? If you compared. How the dehydration works is different as well, because when these are actually cooked, they actually become larger than these as well. One of the big reasons for that is actually because these are deep fried, so they set in shape and size, whereas ours dehydrate and shrink. So this looks a lot smaller, but it actually hydrates to larger than these. Weird, right? All kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, ramen does not have to be just wavy noodles. I actually just ate one from Japan that had the chunkiest noodles. They were this thick, man. And that was paired with one of the fishiest broths I've ever tasted. It was incredibly fishy. And I could not, the first time I tried it, it was off-putting because that was not something I expected, but absolutely delicious once you got used to, oh, I'm going into a very fishy broth. And really nice umami and bonito flavors. But because that was the reason why you have a thicker noodle is to stand up to stronger flavors. The reason being that if you have a thinner noodle, then you have a smaller surface area, right? Your volume of broth, when it gets picked up to noodle, becomes greater. You change those ratios around, and thus your flavor experience, by whether you're using straight noodles, whether you're using wavy noodles, whether you're using thicker noodles, whether you're using higher alkaline noodles, and everything in between. Noodle choice and how those noodles are made is one of the big differences between how different ramen chefs will decide how they make their broths. If you have because if you think about it, if you let's take for example, we have a noodle that's literally this thick, right? You coat that with soup, pull that out of soup, and you bite into it. That's going to be mostly noodle that you're tasting, and with a little bit of broth. And the thinner it gets, the more noodles get added, the more broth you get. So, and then the thickness of the broth and how much gelatin it has in it, how much collagen it has in it, how much protein in general it has in it, and what kind of protein it is will determine how sticky the soup is. So one of the reasons why Hakata tonkotsu can actually have these really thin, straight noodles, you would think normally, if we're going by that example of the thick noodle, you would think normally that you would want a thick noodle, just like how I was talking about the really strong bonito fish flavor, and that one had really thick noodles, so that you had a better noodle dough and noodle flavor to the soup ratio. Traditional Hakata style tonkotsus are really thick tonkotsu broths. That's kind of like where people generally say that tonkotsu as a style came from. And they use these thin, straight noodles, which is completely against that concept. And the reason for that is because the pork broth is so thick and has so much gelatin and so much collagen in it that it's kind of sticky, a little bit tacky to the mouth. If you have a really good tonkotsu that is properly boiled for a very long time, you'll notice that little bit of stickiness or tackiness when you're eating it. Kind of like how Jell-O will stick, because it's the same thing, it's gelatin and collagen that's in the broth. And that sticks to those noodles really well. And what happens there is that it kind of coats the noodles, in those straight noodles, in a way that it just kind of becomes this one big amalgamation of broth and noodle in a way that would not be possible with a stronger fish broth, which fish broths don't have as much collagen, don't have as much gelatin, and thus don't, or in general, I shouldn't say all of them, and thus don't stick to the noodles as well when you're eating them. And these are all considerations when you're making ramen, when you're designing noodles, and all these kind of things are things that I think about when we're designing flavors as well. So we have, and that's also where you have the difference between asari broths and koteri broths. Asari broths are going to be your lighter broths, and koteri is going to be thick or rich. And you have a spectrum along there of how thin it is. You have very thin, light shios that will generally be paired with lighter noodles that aren't as alkaline, that aren't quite as wavy. And then to the koteri broths, like I said, the thick noodles, right? And you can have, and then you'll also have chefs that play around with that concept, right? You might have really thick noodles that go with a thin broth, but you've added some kind of element to it that really makes it stand out in a way that works. So for instance, there's a very famous shop in Japan that does a pineapple ramen. The broth itself is, it's probably medium. It's not really too light or too heavy, but because of that pineapple, because of that acidity, you can get away with a thinner noodle. And there have been strawberry ramen, or you can play with things like temperature as well, right? So there's hiyashi style ramen, which is going to be your cold noodles, chuka as well, which is another style of cold noodle, and then ramen, which is another kind of cold noodle ramen. And that also, depending on the region you're talking about, ramen and hiyashi can actually change in what the definition is. It's wild. There's so much. Everything about ramen is the most mutable because it's relatively new, and the definitions are constantly changing. And everything about ramen is going to be something that is immutable. And that's why we do things like, here's beef pho ramen, and people are like, that's not pho. I'm like, well, yeah, no, we're experimenting. We're having fun with it. And why we have something like coq blanc, right? Is that ramen? Fuck yeah, it is. It's got noodles. What is the definition of ramen? It is not. It must have aroma oil. It must have noodles. It must have. It doesn't even have enough noodles. There's some really interesting concepts. But generally speaking, if you talk to purists, those people will say, it's got to have your noodles. It's going to have your broth. It's going to have your tare. It's going to have your aroma oil, and then you need to put those all together, and that's what your ramen is. And then you have your toppings. I say, fuck that. Ramen is whatever you want it to be. Ramen is freedom. Ramen is Ramen came from this one original bowl of Chinese noodles. And look what it is now. Then why do we have to restrict ramen to any kind of definition that it is? We take the concept, we experiment with it, we take the next step. And that's what's beautiful about the concept of ramen. Why I love the world of ramen, because ramen is such a playful, such a creative kind of world compared to so many other different cuisines. Ramen chefs can drill down the most specific details about the ramen, or they can be playing with new things every single day, every single week. Strawberry ramens, right? Algae ramen exists. Oh God, what are some weird ones I have over here? Obviously like yuzu ramen is we make a yuzu ramen. It's a bourbon ramen I heard of at one point. I don't know about that one. Barbecue, everything under the sun. So, yeah. I should look at chat again, but that's the world of ramen. That's why I love working with ramen, because it never ends. There's always cool things, and the wild thing is that like we have so many other things that we can still do. We haven't even gotten to doing sauces. We haven't gotten to doing having different kinds of like dehydrated ingredients, and there are some really like gimmicky like self-heating ones, right? Like that it has like how MREs work. You have a self-heating pack. You add water to that thing, and then it creates a exothermic reaction. I think it's exothermic. If it's endothermic, no, it's exothermic. Exothermic means hot, right? Yeah, whatever. Exothermic reaction that makes it warm, and then it boils the noodles, and it just has that pack ready to go there for you. I don't think we're going to be doing that one, probably. Well, we might make it a gimmick at one point. That might be fun. But there's so much we can do. There's so much left to explore. And I want to get there one day, right? And like, dude, even our protein ramen, right? Like even the ramen that we have, it's made with quinoa. Right? Like we wanted the quinoa. Like I feel like most of the time when you're introducing quinoa, like a lot of people want the quinoa for like the specific nutty flavor. We tried to get a quinoa that had as neutral of a flavor as possible, because what we're looking for from the quinoa is we're looking for the nutritional qualities, and we're looking for some of the other aspects of quinoa. We're not looking for the flavor. In fact, we want it to be neutral as neutral as possible, so that it can pair with as many different broths as possible. That's actually why we don't use Bolivian quinoa or Colombian quinoa varietals and that sort, and why we actually use a Canadian style of quinoa instead. The Canadian style of quinoa tends to be a little starchier and doesn't have as much of that nuttiness. This technically makes people believe, and that's because of the subjective qualities around what we consider to be high quality, because that nutty flavor is what a lot of people look for. The Canadian quinoa tends to be overlooked a lot. But for us, that was the perfect use case. It was a quinoa that would melt a lot better into noodles. It would be something that had that allowed us to do a lot more different kinds of broths, and if we're making sure it's milled to a certain consistency, not give us that kind of gritty mouthfeel that you can get from a lot of other quinoa. And that's one of the reasons why we use quinoa, because we want to be matching both nutrition and flavor. And so even our noodle, right? Or even like the Pro Plus noodles, right? Those are 33 grams of protein. Those use quinoa style noodles still, and also add some additional pea protein into it. That makes it a completely different style of noodle as well. And that means when we run it through the machine, when we do different tests with it, when we have to dehydrate it, all of those little nuances means it changes. How it even reacts to things like alkaline changes. This is slightly yellow, like it's a little hard to see, but you can see the color is different from this one, right? And then you have this one, which is very yellow. This one has food coloring or B2 added in order to give that yellow color, because when wheat interacts with alkaline and and this is what we call kansui, an alkaline substance, then it becomes yellow, and it gives that distinctive chew to noodles. And that's been the big differentiation. Have you ever had noodles that you're like bite into it and it's just like this soft, like it almost like melts because it's so starchy? Those have low protein and don't have kansui in them. Kansui being the alkaline water that is used to create that chew in the noodles. And because we have quinoa, because we have wheat and pea protein in the Pro Plus one, that makes it significantly react significantly different than even our regular one. And so we have to do all kinds of changes in order to produce those noodles. Yeah, sorry, rant about noodles and ramen. Where was I? I was gonna cook. Oh my God. Ooh, let me get water, holy shit. Okay. Chow fun noodles, what I use to make fusion dish. Is hot dog a sandwich? Who knows? I don't know. Internet's still arguing about it. I'm not an subject matter on that one. Y'all can figure that one out. You can tell this man is no stranger to yapping about his hyperfixations. True. Generally speaking, that's how I make money. Fun fact. Just this one isn't going to be a huge rant, but like going a little bit back to the content thing. It's so easy, man. It's so easy to forget what you know versus what other people know. Like these rants about noodles that I'm going on about right now, right? I haven't gone on before because I thought no one would be interested and no one would care. And it turns out people actually find it interesting. I'm like, well, yeah, that's just everyday life. But it's not everyday life for you, right? It's everyday life for me, and that's why I think it's not interesting. And that's one of the things I'm trying to do when we have 3.1 coming out, hopefully next month. We'll see what the supply chain is like, I guess. That's what I want to do more. And this does have a little bit to do with the whole autism and ADHD thing I was talking about before, too, is that I used to think if I did this, people would be scared, and it's true. Some people are. Some people would make fun of me. Some people say it's cringe. Some people say it's too much. You know, I get that a lot. You're too much. Now, I think I'm old enough and have enough experience to say, well, then, door's over there. Get the fuck out of here. You're not who I'm talking to then. But for those people who are interested, then that's where it gets good, right? That's when we can all be excited. That's when we can just yap to our heart's content. That was when we can just be ourselves. Yeah, sure, it can look cringe to the outside world. So what? We're happy. And isn't that what matters? So, funnily enough, I found out about that because of the knife rant. Like for Girl DM's knife, that's the first time I ever went on a rant like that. And I just started yapping. I was just going to do a short little video, and then it turned into a very long video, and I was yapping, and I was like, oh God, how's this going to do? And not only did people like it, but it also sold a lot of knives, which is the reason why that's really important to me is, number one, that keeps the business afloat too, right? But number two, that means I don't need to try and be, I don't need to try and be someone else. I don't need to pretend I'm not autistic. I don't need to pretend I don't have these hyperfixations. I don't need to pretend that I don't get excited about these minor nuances about noodles. Because if I can be happy, if I can talk about the things I care about and yap and not care, and people can call me cringe and people can say whatever they want, and I can still make noodles, and this can be my marketing, and this can be how I sell things by being myself, by being excited, by being happy, that is way better than making another ad talking about, I don't know, whatever is like micronutrients, this and like all this other stuff. If I can just do this all the time, right? I think that's like, and to everyone here, to everyone here, and to I guess anyone who does see this later, I think like, yeah, damn, these tariffs suck, right? Yeah, they suck a lot. I'm very stressed out, but at the same time, when I'm here yapping, when I'm able to do this and not have to think about that and sit in a chair trying to think my way out of something that might just not have a solution, and I think about maybe I can just do this more. You know, like I spent so long setting this up. I'm spending so long doing all of this right now. Maybe it doesn't have to feel like a waste of time. Maybe I don't have to feel like I'm procrastinating or that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to. Maybe when I'm doing something like this, where I can be passionate, where I can talk, and I can just yap. You know, maybe I can do this more. And if this can be my marketing, then and I don't have to think about another way to fucking do Facebook ads again and Instagram ads and that sort of stuff, then yeah, I think that'd make me very happy. So for all of you here still listening to my yapping, and I said this would not go on that long, but to be fair, it's not as long as my other tangents. That I think is where I do want to extend, where I do really want to say thank you. And that if I can do this, and if I can keep doing this and just editing this and keep doing these kind of shoots, then yeah, I think that would basically kind of be a dream come true. So not to get too sappy on you guys. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, I will actually start cooking now. Oh my God, there's so much chat. Okay, so I'm just gonna start grabbing things out of the fridge, and then I'm gonna start grabbing things out of the fridge, and then we'll see what we can do with it. I think I actually do need to wash that pot again because I think it's the only one. No, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna rock out with my walkout. Oh, is it time? Maggie, is it time for food? It is! Maggie, it's time for dinner! I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed the cat. You're on my, no! Oh my God, get off the lights. Just, okay, here you go. Yeah, say hi. There you go. There you go. Ooh, yummy. Oh, nope. You gotta get that first. Oh, belly. Oh, you're so fluffy. Oh my goodness, you're so fluffy. Oh my God. Oh, you're so fluffy. Oh, you are shedding everywhere. Oh, it's in my eye. Ah. Okay. All right, let's see what we got in the fridge. Oh, geez. I got half a cabbage. I got some green onions. Whoa, these are not looking so hot. We're gonna use them. Oh, geez. I'm gonna try not to make this too complicated. Okay, we got some salt pork. All right, we're getting somewhere. Now let's keep it simple. I'm gonna keep it simple to this, right? Not overcomplicate things. This is good. This is a good spread. Salt pork. That's starting to turn a kind of strange color. Green onions that have seen better days. Half a cabbage, weirdly wet. And luncheon meat. Certainly not called spam. And of course, making nudes. So yeah, let's try to make something out of this, yeah? So I got a vegetable, got meat-ish. And here we're also gonna have garlic. Actually, I might be out of garlic. This, ooh, geez, ooh. Oh, wow. An onion that's slightly moldy on one side. Oh no, that's just dirt, nice. A very dry piece of ginger. Garlic that is very hollow. We'll see if any are usable here. That's the ingredients I got to work with. Does this look like your fridge? Wow, yeah. Yeah. Let's get cooking, shall we? Okay, so I'm gonna start by boiling noodles, just so we have it on the side. See, I think the best part about this is that you can tell this is not scripted, because it's just, you know, it's good stuff that's been sitting around for a little too long. It's so for green onion that's been sitting around too long, you can just pick off the top over here, peel that. If that all comes off, probably just chuck that. So yeah, interesting spread of ingredients, right? I don't usually like to do this way because you don't get as good of an angle, but I think it looks better on camera, so. Also why I'm not that experienced with it. I like to maintain my angles correctly. Induction works with woks. Yeah, this is a carbon steel. It's a carbon steel wok. You can see I seasoned it. It's very old. This one's been in my family for quite a while. So. We use some old white chopsticks from Vite. We don't sell these kind anymore. We just kind of like go through different chopsticks every so often, and like, that's fun. Yeah, that just breaks apart, and that can do its own thing, right? We'll get some more green onions going. I'll probably get enough out of these green onions if I just start picking through them. So, it's seen better days. You like the giant knife board? Yeah, you can tell I'm a knife nerd too, right? The ones in the front, except for the very ones on the left, are all the ones that we have we've made, that Vite Ramen makes, and are for sale. So if you do want some of them, not all of them are for sale right now, then you can actually get them at viteramen.com in our kitchenware section. What the hell is going on with it? It's probably fine. It's probably fine. So yeah, any of the, so when you got these kind of green onions, like the super withered parts, that's the ones that will likely have, you know, kind of a weird taste to it. So peel away like those discolored bits. If you have a compost bin, use that. Do I want to do a soup with this or a stir fry? I'll I'll do a stir fry. We already did a kind of saucy sort of thing. I wish I had more wall for. I wish I had more wall space for a wall. I mean, those are stands. I don't like mounting them to the walls. It doesn't feel safe to me. So I like stands. Which also the Shadowbringer version of that stand is going to be available. You know, sometime when the tariffs are done, hopefully. It's one of the blockers to getting Shadowbringer stuff in right now. Similarly, this Donhiki you can buy right now. That one's not affected by tariffs. That one's already in inventory. So yeah, so you see I'm these kind of dry dead bits. You can peel them. Green onions can actually last quite a long time. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater when you have green onions and they look kind of old. I'm not even kidding when I say these green onions are over a month old. And they're fine. You just peel them, and then on the inside, nice, you can use them. Right? And then this is about ready because we are going to be stir frying it. That's about all we need to do. Drain the noodles. Yeah, bowl. For this one, because we're doing a stir fry, we don't want any water, and we don't want the starchy water. So drain that out. If you're going for health's sake, then don't do this. But otherwise, this one quick method will help your stir fry not stick and will help it stir fry a lot better. So what you want to do right now is to actually rinse it in cold water. That's going to gelatinize the starches and basically just kind of like stop the cooking process. Wash out any excess starches, and that's the kind of sticky stuff on the outside, and then toss it with oil. So that's what I'm going to be doing right now. So I'm rinsing it with cold water. Sorry, it stops the gelatinizing process. It's very nerdy, very scientific shit, sort of. It just means the protein denature. You know what? I'm getting too nerdy about it. Drained, right? And then I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in here. I'm gonna clean out this wok. Make sure it doesn't have excess starches in it either. Which, like, if you have a non-stick pan, that goes a lot quicker. But you know, this is carbon steel. It's not the most perfectly non-stick thing I have. This thing was like actually kind of rusted when I got it and restored it. So cool. And then we just want to add a little oil to this. You use whatever oil you want. If you want it more like, and you know, just like, it's about like a tablespoon or so. Throw this off to the side. Toss that in the oil quickly. That'll help it not stick when you go to cook it. Obviously, that also adds like oil to it. So if you are watching for how much oil that you are eating, in case you are like me and potentially get heartburn from too much oil, or you know, watching calories or anything like that, you can choose to admit it. It's just gonna you're just gonna really want a good non-stick pan for that, or really high heat, one or the other. Yeah. Then we'll keep going with these green onions. Now these, unlike the garlic, we actually do want to chop the ends off. So One of the things I actually really like to do with green onions is to, one of the things I really like doing with green onions, we're not going to do it today, but to make Shanghainese scallion noodles. It's one of my favorites. I'll show you guys how to do that some other time. But with these with scallions, to give a more surface area, to make it feel like there's more scallions than there actually are, what you can do, you set them on diagonal when you're cutting it, right? You see that my knife is almost parallel to this, and I just turn it a little bit. You don't want like 45 degrees, you want like just a little turn. And you just start slicing. And that will make it look really cool and give it more surface area so that you can taste more green onion per bite. So you have your rock chop over here to do it this way, or you have your push cut style to do it this way. I like to practice both. No particular reason. I think both have their uses. As you can see, now they look cool. Eh? Yeah? These look cool, and they give you more mouthfeel. So, personally, big fan. Ginger, we don't want to add too much, so it's kind of wrinkly. This part's completely dried out. And we can cut this part off as well. What the hell? One of the fastest, easiest ways to peel ginger, by the way, it's not with a peeler, spoon. Mouth spoon. You don't have to worry about accidentally cutting yourself or anything like that. Comes off real easy. Easy peasy. Learned this, I think it was my grandma. It's funny, one grandma on one side of the family did this, other side did not. So, different families have different ways of doing things, even among the same family, technically. Boom, just like that, easy. And now in order to prep it, slice it thin. And then flatten it out like that. Go through it again. When you're chopping like this, one of the biggest mistakes I feel like that people do when they're trying to do this is that they try to use the wrist when you're chopping like this in order to create the good circular motion, good movement and everything. You're actually moving primarily from your elbow and your shoulder. And then after we do that, we turn it and go one more time. This last step I prefer rocking compared to the push cut because I feel it's push cut sometimes makes things go everywhere. So this kind of like presses and slices a little bit better. You don't really want to like just like rock chop down force. You kind of want to do that like sliding motion alongside it, but yeah. Cool. That's pretty fine. We'll bring that off to the side. Whoops, shouldn't have mixed that as much. Garlic. Ooh, these two are good. What else is good here? That's okay, cool. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, is this centerpiece good? Oh, no, that one's bad. Okay, cool. All that's bad. I got 3 pieces of good garlic out of that. That's enough. Hell yeah. Managed to find ginger, onion, and scallion. Let's go. Cut off any of the bad bits. Ginger, Ginger, ginger garlic scallion is kind of like the trifecta. It's kind of like the mirepoix of Chinese cuisine. Which I don't know if that means anything to anyone, but a little, yeah. Do you put the white parts into water? Nah, I'm gonna saute all of it, so I don't feel a need to really put all the white parts in water. Spaniard VT, thanks for following. Bitsy22, CC Aldi. The mirepoix, actually the holy trinity of Louisiana cuisine, let's say. What is it? Sofrito. What others? Those kind of things. Anyway, quick chop on the garlic. So that garlic and ginger about the same size. So we cut the garlic and ginger to about the same size. That way they'll saute around the same speed. Yeah, that's good. Let's see what we do about the onion. I think we got to throw that entire half away. Let's see what it looks like on the inside. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think I can use this. Oh. Ugh. Jeez. That looked fine on the outside. It was not. That was black on the inside. Ooh, jeez. Let me wash the knife too. All right. No onion. Ginger garlic. That's fine. And then I definitely not going to use this whole thing, so I will process this first before I start on my meats. Probably just like that much there. Put the rest away. This outer leaf definitely not looking so hot. Gonna take that away. Then our butts under here are going to need to be chopped a little bit finer because they're harder, so they will cook slower. So we want to cut them a little finer. I'm actually just gonna dice some. That'll be fine. That'll be an interesting texture. Whatever. And then yeah, this'll just go into slices. That'll be fine. Cool. Now we have all these ready. So we got our vegetable, we got our aromatics, and then we'll go with the meat. I'll go with Spam first because this is RTE, so this is something that is not gonna cause pathogens like as easily. So probably only need like, say like that much probably. Put the rest away. So I like having canned foods around as well. Then you always kind of like got a little something. And people who are like, oh, Spam gross, like it's, if you have Spam cooked well, I guarantee you would not think it's gross. It is a delicious food. It's just fatty pork, man. It's just fatty pork. So if you like bacon, like people just get weirded out just because like I don't know how it looks. I think because I think that disgust carries over from you know you just a small dice like that. I think that disgust carries over from like military, you know, just because World War II they had to eat it all the time. And then last, the salt pork. We don't need that much Spam because I'm gonna use up all the salt pork. Otherwise it's gonna go bad. That's fine. Oh, I should have kept it in the fridge more. It's a little wobbly and difficult to cut right now. It's fine. That worked. That's fine. We're also going to cube this so it has a similar, so it renders out a little faster and has kind of a similar mouthfeel to the Spam. And importantly, when doing something like this, personally, I like to cut everything a lot smaller because then when you're picking up a bunch of noodles, then you get like an even amount of stuff with noodles. Otherwise, if you like don't cut things small, then it just kind of sits on top of noodles and you're just getting different bites, right? So. And you'll notice, once I'm done with this, I'm going to do something interesting called washing my fucking hands. Yeah. Turn it one more time in order to do our dice. And these will then cook down and be sort of crispy. This also will go in first, kind of at a lower heat so that it renders off. And that will give us a delicious pork oil to work with to saute everything else with. And so I'm using this obviously, but you know bacon works as well. This is the same cut. Salt pork is a little different. So I'm gonna go and get this started. And what you'll see me do is now this board is considered contaminated. That means every time I touch anything on this board, I must go wash my hands. All right? So, yes, we're putting all this in right now. To render off. Now I'm gonna go wash my hands. Food safety, guys. Also, I'm gonna bring this here. All right, hope I don't blow anything. This is a neat little machine. It sucks in smoke. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. It helps filter, so. We're gonna turn that heat lower. We wanna render it out a little bit more. And at this stage, I can actually also add the Spam, because that also has fat that can render out. And what do? I go wash my hands. This can get really powerful actually, but what we're trying to do right now is to render out the fat. That means we want it a little lower and slower. If it goes really, really hard and fast, what happens is that the outside gets browned, but it hasn't gotten enough time to reach the inside and therefore melt the fat. Food is actually not really good at conducting heat by itself. That's why it takes so long to cook things. Meaning that if we actually want to render all of that out from the inside of everything, then we need to take it a little bit slower so that it actually has time to heat up and then, well, like leak out, right? I know not the best verbiage, but whatever. And now you gotta hit some twirls. Not the best at spinning these, but like, to be fair, I do the safe kind because you can't risk dropping these when chef's watching. So I did the safe kind all the time, so I'd have something to fidget with. Spam is good, man. I don't tell ya. Blood Raven Fabian, thanks for following. Yeah, I mean, Spam is pate, right? It's American pate. It's really what it is. Oh man, it's sticking a little bit. It's gonna be a little problematic when I start cooking my other stuff, but we'll make it work. Actually, oh, that works. Should add a little oil to begin with. Oh well, my mistake. It's a little too sticky. I will say, I'm not a huge fan of the slope of this particular wok. Sometimes it's a little too outwards. I wish it were a tiny bit upwards. If it's a tiny bit more upwards, it has a better fling to it. But as of now, it's not the best. You can see that we're starting to get that brown. That's what we're looking for. It's the Maillard reaction. That's flavor, baby. One of the things about being a good cook is knowing when you don't need to touch it. So like right now it's rendering off. I don't really need to touch it. I've been touching it just to have something to do. But technically as it renders off, I don't really do that much. Isn't Spam a little dense for pate? No, there are very dense pates. Very dense pates. Yeah, that's actually one of the big things of like why some people can't get that crisp, because they're like, oh no, I need to touch it. It's like, nah, and like I said before, one of the things about oil is that oil will help prevent burning. It can get really, really dark and it won't actually get to the carbonization side of things. When you really get that burning flavor, the like really dark flavor, yeah, so long as there's like a lot of oil still. It's like how you can deep fry something for a very, very, very long time and it won't like have that like dark black. In this case, my pan needs more seasoning. It is not very non-stick right now, so I'm trying to scrape shit off the bottom. So when I get to the noodles, it will stick a little bit, which is unfortunate, but you know, whatever. I might actually just want to add a little oil right now. That might help. I am scraping so much shit off the bottom. But like in a way that is also good because the stuff I'm scraping off the bottom isn't like super stuck. It's just the Maillard reaction chars. And that's good flavor, so neat. Whoop. All right. And like everything else is gonna go really quick. So I'm gonna get my other seasonings ready. I like to keep it simple, so I'm just gonna go with soy sauce and Shaoxing wine. Sometimes also called yellow wine or cooking wine. I have like multiple different brands, but personally, like this one's my favorite soy sauce brand. Wanjiaxiang is what my family's been using, but we recently discovered the aged stuff. Oh man, the aged stuff is so good. Wanjiaxiang, sponsor me or work with us or something. I've been using it. We've been using it for generations. Two generations, but you know, still counts. This is definitely way too much meat for that amount of noodles, so this is like definitely a 2-portion thing, but that's fine. I'll just set some of it aside for later. That's what all these course containers are for, you know? All right, that's looking good. Now I'm just gonna toss everything else in and just like stir fry. So I'm gonna turn the heat down a little bit just because like I'm gonna need to wash my hands after this. Throw that all in. Someone's calling blasphemy right now. I say this is easier. It's all about like 80-20, right? Like there are a lot of techniques in which I go, I'm gonna skip over that because the amount of effort it is worth is not worth the extra flavor it gets. So, for instance, if I wanted to make the best stir fry in the world, yeah, I would definitely want to like, I can crank this up. If I want to make the best stir fry in the world, do I want to throw everything at the same time? No. I want to cook everything individually in the different sizes and things like that. But we're not here trying to win awards, right? So we do this all at the same. Oh, we're doing this all at the same time. We crank that heat up. Oh man, that smells good. We're actually getting some wok out of this. You see that? Woo! Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. Right? Now we got that good Maillard reaction. Everything's fragrant. Everything's nice. Now we throw in the noodles. It has oil on it. That's going to help keep it from sticking. Right? Now, normally, you heard me earlier say salt, pepper, MSG, right? Now, the thing is, we can't put salt in this, but soy sauce has a ton of salt already in it. So we don't need to put additional salt into it because we got soy sauce. We got it, and that's why it's important to think about the core components of a dish. So in this case, we just want MSG. We replace the salt with our soy sauce. Hit it with a little bit of pepper. Toss, toss, toss. Lose a little bit along the way. And now, final, you want the reduction. So a little bit of soy sauce. Want to go around. Right? Yellow wine, a little bit more. Crank that up. That'll soak in and reduce down. In about 30 seconds, it's gonna be done. Important thing about this induction cooker is that because it's not gas, it's actually only induction on the very bottom, on the tip over here. That's why I'm also stirring and messing with it so much, because right now it's only that very bottom part that is really heated. So you need to make sure that everything is touching that particular point. And I'm making that point ridiculously hot so that it carries around to all the other things around. You'd be surprised at how little the heat travels through the metal when there's food in here. And that's about good. For the camera, y'all see it? Yeah. Eh. Looks pretty good for something that came out of, let me turn this off so it's not as loud. Looks pretty good for something that came out of the fridge, right? Would you believe if I said all these ingredients were about a month old? Pretty good, right? They didn't think you can get wok hei on induction. Hang on, let me, whoa, oh my God. All right, let me eat a little bit first. Oh man. Oh, damn. Oh. Damn. Sorry, one sec. Oh. Man, I love food. You know, if I couldn't eat food, man, I'd just die. You got the soy sauce in the noodles that gives it that nice base of umami. And you can actually taste the spices. Oh man, let me finish chewing actually. Okay. Whoa, how many knives do you have? That's not even all of them. This drawer is full of knives too. And I have another box over there of like restoration knives that I practice restoration work and stuff on. So, and that's after my knife collection got stolen when I was a chef, cook. So, you know, a lot. Any activity outside of cooking to do prevent, well, yeah, that's why I like to like do the spinny thing, right? Like you sit there and you practice spinning a spatula, right? And then once you get good enough, I'm not gonna do it that one because that's filled with meat, but like, and then you can, don't do this at home, kids, right? Ooh. Be careful. Do as I say, not what I do. Anyway. Woo. The liquid of the oil prevents it from carbonization point and combusting when oils evaporate. Yep, that's correct. Yeah. So yeah, the oil, because the oil will reach its smoke point before carbonization. Carbonization, then it prevents it from burning. Same how you can't really burn with when there's water in there. So I have that same cooking wine brand. I actually have a ton. We were taste testing the difference between them, or like we were supposed to. We kind of ran out of time for one of the things that we were doing. But I have like 10 different brands in there. Didn't think you can get wok on induction. So wok is just, because like wok is just the oil getting to that, is just oil getting smoke point. And then when it smokes, you toss, food goes through it, catches it, and brings it back down into the food. That's what wok is. Same as smoking, really. Like when you have a smoker or when you're grilling, right? When you're grilling, you also get that same sort of flavor, and why grill has, technically it's the same. When fat drips down onto the grill, it superheats, turns into smoke, whoosh, flavors the food. On induction, all you gotta do, and induction or anything, so long as it's hot enough and it's gonna smoke, that's wok. And then you toss it through, that's it. Like I was saying, the bottom over here, super, super hot. That's why I was messing with it so much, so that everything could touch it. If I leave it for just 5 seconds, it gets really, really hot. You get smoke, you saw all that smoke coming around, toss it through, boom, there you go. There's your wok. So, and that's why it's also important to understand the fundamentals of what it is and how it comes about, because then you can understand how to get it no matter what. In fact, you can actually even get wok and a wok type flavor with a very, very, very low heat. And how you do that is like with wood chips. Use wood chips, and you just like burn the wood chips a little, and you have like that smoke from the wood chips. What you can do is you can smear, and this is like a really weird method, but you would smear, but what you can do is you can smear the wood chips with a little bit of like lard or fat or whatever. Just like first you want to get to that smoke point, and then you do a little bit of lard and stuff, and then do it again, and then you get like this nice smokiness. You can do that with tea as well, and that's how they do like tea smoked duck and things like that. And you can get that sort of like same smoky flavor, even if your burners are not hot enough. It's not exactly the same. It's gonna be a smokier flavor and a woodier flavor, obviously, but like it's a good substitute, in my opinion. So you can also just like try to kind of like burn food too, a little bit to get that smoke, but it's like, you know, so it's because one of the things about wok is it's specifically the impurities. So if you did it with just like pure oil, it wouldn't work. That's why we would add the wood, and like if you want to like smear a little like garlic paste or whatever on too, that can help. But it's like, it's not just the smoke of the oil, it's the smoke of the oil and other stuff as well. That gives it that special flavor, so. Yaki ramen. I don't know what I'd call this, yeah. This is more Chinese, so I wouldn't call it a yakisoba. Not exactly, you could just call it like some style of chow mein, I guess. Chow mein, I mean, cao is the act of, you know, sauteing, mian, noodles. So you could call it chow mein, but that sounds kind of weird, personally. I feel like chow mein is like a very specific thing in our lexicon now. I don't know. I don't know what it's called. I don't name things. I thought wok was catching the flames from the wok burners, crisp the rice. Yeah, no, it's the smoke actually. Yeah, specifically the aerosolizing oils, the aerosolizing fat that catches it, and that's what it is. So yeah, nice thing. So yeah, so something like that, you can see it's something like this. You can see one of the nice things is you just take some naked nudes and you cut a bunch of stuff, throw it together, saute it. You had a good meal, right? And gotta ton of nutrients, got a lot of stuff in it. Yeah. Stuff that would have gone bad, stuff that would have otherwise been tossed. Chuck it in, that, right? How much would we pay for that at a restaurant? How much would you pay, chat? I do all these dishes though, so like, say that. One of the things I find interesting, when people complain about like costs at restaurants, I'm just like, you're not just paying for the food, you're paying for the fact that you don't have to do the dishes. You don't have to clean up. You know, the prep and the everything. So I'm like, it's a lot of the times when I want to get restaurant food or DoorDash or takeout or whatever, the reason isn't because the food necessarily, it's so I don't have to clean up. How much would I pay or how much would I cost? I don't know, pay $13, run 25 to 35. There's no way. Where are you going? It's 25, 35 bucks, man. Damn. Damn. I appreciate you think it's worth that much, but oh my God, I think like 13 bucks probably sounds about right now. Breath of the Wild, catching the smoke with the tossing makes a lot more sense. Yeah, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, man, some more people followed. Private Jet, TJ Shello, and Iridium Light. Thanks for following. Pretty big incentive. Wait, did I miss something? Pretty big incentive to what? I missed. I think I missed something there. I just have like a fallen paper towel roll behind me the whole time. Jeez. Man. How long have I, oh my God, I've been streaming for 4 hours? Jeez, didn't feel like it. I got a lot of work to do then, huh? Jeez. I just watched and learned I was overfilling. Yeah, that's really one of the big things. It's like you gotta be okay with smaller portions when your stuff just isn't as powerful. You know, it's yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, not having to clean up? Yeah. Oh, oh my God, thanks for gifting all the subs. Seriously though, next time just go buy Vite. just go buy some Naked News, go buy some Vite. Thanks for the subs though. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out your name. Serious Storia? Serious Historia. Thank you for the 6 gifted subs. I don't have catchphrases for this kind of stuff yet. Y'all have to help me think about it. So I can order chicken yakisoba from a nearby place. It'll be $12 and will contain one cabbage leaf slice, 1 ounce carrot, 1 ounce chicken. It will not be stir fried. It will be warmed up. It will have sauce placed on it and pasta. Yeah, okay, fair enough. No, so here's the thing, right? Like, you gotta find the places, right? You gotta find the places. You look around and you see like, is there a kid doing their homework? Like, is there a kid doing the homework over there? See the kid doing the homework or working the cash register, you know that shit's gonna be good. I've literally been to like some Chinese places where it like looks hella legit, and you know we go in and they're speaking Mandarin and it's clear like they're also immigrants. I'm first generation, by the way. I was actually born in China. I was made in China, but like before the good automation era. I was made in China 32 years ago. So I got a little. So my body has a bunch of defects, a lot of pain. Yeah. They're the ones coming out now, the new models. They're doing real well for themselves. But I'm an old model, you know. Got some wear and tear. It's going all right. Thank you for making sure to get it right. Yeah, I'll try. I'm not very good at pronouncing things. A lot of it is because I read. So I learned all my stuff from like reading, right? So for the longest time, for like the first time I learned what the word arbiter was StarCraft, right? But they never said the word arbiter in StarCraft, the unit in StarCraft. So I always said arbiter. And a lot of other phrases where I didn't know how to pronounce it right because I only read it. I never heard it actually said. And luckily, Halo 2 had the Arbiter. And so when they said Arbiter for the first time, I was like, the what? That's called the what? The Arbiter? Oh yeah, kind of missing a couple words for Arbiter there, isn't there? This sounds, and then I was like really thinking about it, I'm like, kind of sounds like a frog, don't it? A ribbiter. And then I think for like the first couple of missions with the Arbiter, I was like, I kept thinking of him as a frog because I couldn't let go of that thought. Kid doing homework, couple arguing behind the register in the kitchen. Out to the case on side of town, 1.5-hour drive. My fellow geezer, 30 is the new 20. Man, I actually I think right now because of the apron and like, you know, I have like a collar on and like this I look older and more put together. And then, you know, like I made sure like my hair wasn't like sticking up all over the place, which it usually is. When it's like that and I'm just like wearing a t-shirt and like joggers, some guy came up to the door and was just like, "Hey, your parents home?" Oh man, which like, you know, whole Asian thing, I guess. Didn't they kind of mass produce your model two times? Yeah, like yeah, there were like two models. It was like a double production order. They accidentally doubled up on it. That's why there's two of us. So fun fact for those who don't know, I have a twin brother named Tom. I'm Tim. He's Tom. My Chinese name is Jian or Sword, and his is Su or Book. His nickname is Ocean, and mine is Sky. My parents liked poetry like that. So, yeah. He's also the co-founder of VOD Ramen. Had to take a step back for health. Very stressful. Stress can do a number on your health, so, yeah. I grew up thinking mild was pronounced meld because I learned from reading too. Yeah. I do find that I guess I can drag this closer now. Ah, you know what? I'm basically done filming. I'm gonna turn that off. I have to turn off that way I'm not using more memory because like I'm pretty sure because I'm filming like 4K 10-bit. The bit rate on that is pretty high. It's gonna be, you know, it's quite a bit of storage. So put this aside. I guess I can turn the camera a little too now that I'm not like filming stuff. So y'all can watch me wash dishes. Fun. Ah, man, I gotta put these away, eat them later. So many noodles. Oh, jeez. Okay, come on. You can get in there. Oh, let's go. Yeah, just, I don't know when I'm gonna end stream. I'm gonna clean up and then, I don't know, whatever. Sometime, eventually, one day. I guess now you can time how long it takes to clean up. Put everything away. And it'll be like, ah, yes, this is, whenever anyone goes, oh yeah, it only takes X amount of minutes. You're a fucking liar. Untruths. It definitely takes longer than that. You gotta clean up. You gotta set up. You gotta do all this stuff. You don't do all this stuff, it becomes a mess. It's always a mess. Sisyphus, man. This is the Sisyphusian task of having to feed yourself, having to clean stuff. I swear to God, every time I'm like, I have a perfectly clean kitchen. I turn around, suddenly it's not clean anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened? How did that happen? Why? It was just clean. And I know that I did it. Oh, geez, I need to organize that cabinet. And these sad-looking green onions, they still got life in them. Man, I got a pot of rice still. Oh, well, I missed one. This can just go over there. The Spam needs to be wrapped up. Oh my goodness. Man, it was incredible. I actually ran out of an entire Costco thing of plastic wrap the other month. I think it lasted for like 7 years. Incredible. I think I use plastic wrap more than the average person too. Most people have never run out of Costco plastic wrap. Baby face till you ain't. Yeah. That's how it do be sometimes. Thanks for the follow, Kare Miru. Your kitchen rules, WTF, that's a lot of knives. Yeah, I've never actually, until now, had a kitchen that had an island and like some amount of space for me to cook in. So like when we were moving from our old place had a really narrow kitchen. It's like one of those galley style kitchens, very narrow, not a lot of space. I was like, man, I want to move to a place that actually has a kitchen. Like the kitchen is the main feature. I feel like a lot of places like the backyard is the main feature, or like, you know, living room or like whatever. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I want to find a place that has like a kitchen, like a good kitchen, right? Like to be perfectly honest, some things that we found out later was like this really sucks. This is the slowest burner of all time. Luckily, so I just use the induction right now. This vent isn't very good either. So like, I have another. So obviously I have this thing which helps, and then I also have an air purifier here, and then, you know, I like to open like the windows and stuff when I'm cooking, because, you know, a lot of the smoke then can get out. So like there's a lot of space, but like there's some other things that I wish we could improve. Might talk to them about seeing if we can do something about this. I don't know. The burners are seriously so slow. Like to cook a like this is the biggest burner, and to cook like a single chicken thigh on it, I like set it there, and I'm like, I swear to God, I set it for like 25 minutes, and it's still not cooked. Meanwhile, my electric one from my last place in like the really small kitchen space, that one was really powerful. That one cooked a chicken thigh in like 5 minutes. Gotta grow those, yeah, thanks. I'm gonna try to do these streams a lot more often. I think probably every Thursday if I can. And especially because I can create alternate content out of it. Because like I did a lot of rants today that I can turn into a lot of stuff. So, you know. Oh man, I'm gonna wipe all that down. Let's see. Also, here's the fun part. Here's the little secret, right? I'm gonna turn this over so you guys can watch me wash dishes. And that's an important part. But then you'll see like, yes, I made it look nice, I just shoved everything off to the side. So we'll go and turn this. You see that? See all that stuff? I guess these giant boars are in the way. I'll move them a little bit. Yeah. They're heavy. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. All right, that should be all right. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. And then I can probably lever this a little bit. There we go. Cool. Ho ho! Look at that. Now we have a foreground and a background. Ugh. Move the trash back over. Hi. Now the lighting's all kind of weird, but like, you know. At least I remember how this lighting works. I can just turn these around too. That might do it. Ta-da! I mean, it's not perfect, but like, whatever. Okay, let me try not to drop anything. Yeah, knife tour stream? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All the knives have all knives have different uses, obviously, and all of them are pretty. I actually got most of them in like kind of like a big batch. No, I don't want to say big batch. Some of them are for research. Some of them I bought because I liked. Actually, I would say most of them I bought specifically for researching certain types of feels and styles. So they're not. Jeez. My drawer keeps falling like this. I gotta. Oop. It's fine. Let's deal with that later. At least get everything off the top over here so you guys can see a little bit better. Yeah, I don't generally try to pretend that everything's like super clean. I think that is pretty. Everything's lived in, right? I'd rather keep things accessible, usable, and so they might not be the most aesthetic, but they're used, right? You get to live life. You get to be happy with life. I think that's more important than maintaining a certain aesthetic, though I know some people will think differently. I like having things out and accessible. I'm very bad at cleaning everything. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like that's just kind of like a, that's how it goes, right? Like, if you're keeping things relatively clean, as in like, you don't have like roaches crawling around everywhere because you have a bunch of like, you know, food that's just, you know, it's like, I mean, like even look at my stuff, right? I had an onion. I have some onions and stuff that like weren't looking so hot. That's still fine. But like those kind of not really. I'm gonna grab some gloves so I don't kill my hands. Those kind of things that aren't quite as perishable that don't like rot in that way. That onion was an exception. I think it was one of those onions that was like already rotted from the inside when I got it. You just can't see it, unfortunately. It looks fine from the outside. I know it's a little discoloration, but I thought it was just gonna be like, oh yeah, just cut like a little piece off, but it's like, oh geez, no, that's looking real bad on the inside. With this carbon steel wok too, I'm gonna have to like do a little seasoning on it. It's a little annoying with the induction oven, but it's like, it just takes forever with the other thing, so. Maybe I'll try the burner method, that might work. And that might do a little bit better, we'll see. These definitely take a lot more work to upkeep. And I'm not gonna lie, reasonably, something just like a non-stick wok or like a hex clad, things like that. For most people, that's just gonna be better, right? The only reason I like using this is because of the kind of like history, right? I also have like one of these brushes. And like, just the history behind it, you know, that kind of connection. I don't think it's like strictly better in one way or the other. I think it's more work to upkeep. Like after I wash this, I need to go season it, and it can be a little annoying sometimes when it's not seasoned properly, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it's also nice sometimes to just kind of like have something like that to take care of. It's kind of like one of those like meditative sort of things. Ritual, I guess you would say, in some ways, but yeah. Fun fact, roaches are more about water than food unless you live in a fairly remote area. It's almost not, yeah. Yeah, I have, I fucking hate roaches, man. Especially like, they pop up in like the bathroom. I used to live in a college town. Well, I mean, when I was going to college, obviously. And God, the roach problem there was so bad. Luckily, they weren't the kind of roach that like really wanted to go into houses. They would just kind of like escape into houses when it got like too hot or too rainy and that kind of stuff. But I did not like trying to go to the bathroom at night and then just seeing one like hanging around. I had so many like overall it was pretty well controlled. But on the odd chance when you did see them, it's just like, man, that is not a. And they only really existed in the bathrooms and sometimes like in the hallways. They didn't go into rooms really because that's not, you know, it's not really where they're trying to be. I guess like you said, the water, right? So hence why they were in the bathroom so much. My parents got rid of the roaches by having most of their trees cut down. Yeah. We actually had actually, dude, man, during the storms, there was this one year where it was just super stormy. There was like trees falling down all around campus and everything. Terrifying. It's not fun. And then they cut a lot of the trees down. The place where we lived also, they were like, yeah, this big tree, it sure looks nice, sure is dangerous, we're gonna cut it down. I'm like, okay, cool, neat. I'm okay with that. I'm not particularly attached to the idea. Man, I forgot I made butter in this, that's why it's so oily and hard to clean. It's covered in oil. In Georgia and Florida, we get a lot of the huge American ones, and they're solitary, so you may see one week. Yeah, that's the ones that we dealt with as well. Still don't like them. I started getting because those roaches die to soap. So I just have a spray bottle instead of like pesticide or like that kind of stuff, because I didn't really want to use a bunch of that because like Maggie. I didn't want to accidentally like spray a bunch of it everywhere and then like Maggie like licks the floor or something and we have to take her to the vet or whatever. Roaches can actually get roaches will actually get killed just by soap, because the soap will block their breathing. And they just suffocate right there and then, real quick. And so I just got a spray bottle. Spray bottle, filled it with soap. Oh my God, this will not finish cleaning. That's insane. Just got a spray bottle full of soap, concentrated. I saw it, spray once, boom, done. Quick and easy. Fly all the way up there. Oh jeez. Yeah, they probably just like crawled up there, like. I bet you some of the ones on the 43rd floor had never seen has never actually seen the ground. They just live up there and die up there. The ones in, whenever I visited my family in China, the ones there, ugh. I think those were the worst. But also, personally, I don't like cicadas. I really don't like cicadas either. Not a fan. People were like, hey, you want to go catch cicadas? I was like, nope, absolutely not. Do not like them. Too much like roaches. Each generation conquers a new floor. You know how like we always have those like isekai or like like Tower of God or like those like tower style ones. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was for the roaches. Like, all right, which is the hero that's gonna conquer the level 43? You had some tough roaches there, They were the ones who can conquer level 43. You don't see many of those. Those are special ones. Yeah, generations of heroes. Whatever that hero roaches do, or what. Need more roach mobs. Ugh. Yeah, everything's spiders for some reason, right? Had a roach fall on me in the middle of a horror game? Oh, God. Dude, I was in the bathroom once. And like one just like crawled out from I don't know, some corner and just started sprinting up the wall right next to me. And then it like got on the roof and I saw it was like it like sprinted up, right? And I was like I jumped away from the toilet and it was just like going over there and then it like got to the ceiling and just like started like not being able to reach the ceiling. I'm like, I do not want this thing falling on me. And I just like fucking jumped and with like some toilet paper. I was afraid I was gonna like break a wall or ceiling or something. Dude, if a roach fell on me in the middle of like a horror game or like at night or something, man, I would not sleep well for so long. I'd just be like, I'm just gonna cover myself up in blankets. I'd be so paranoid. Jeez, that sounds awful. Terrible. Oh my God. Ugh. It's funny because like I wouldn't say it's like I wouldn't say that it's like, oh yeah, that's like a phobia. It's just like I just don't like them, It's one of those if I were to go to like, you guys remember like Fear Factor? Back when that was the thing that Joe Rogan was known for. Like if I had to do something like Fear Factor, I'd be like, okay, whatever. It'd be fine. I just don't like them existing within the confines of my regular life, Had a cricket fall out from under the shower liner. Oh, ugh. Dude, my brother had a cricket infestation at one point, and they were just like impossible to get rid of. He tried everything from like diatomaceous earth and all this kind of stuff, and they were just like some tough ass crickets. Like their shell was like armor. Nothing got through. Like they like sprayed pesticides and stuff, and they would just like tank it. It'd be fine. Unexpected bugs are the worst bugs. If I'm in bed, I will die inside, right? I was so pissed when Orkin released that commercial where a life-size roach crawls across the globe. What? I bet you that ad was effective, though. I bet you that ad got a lot of people. I mean, I bet it pissed a lot of people off, too, right? But I bet you it also got a lot of people to sign up. They probably pulled it after they got a bunch of money from it because they're like, okay, that's too much negative attention. We got our money. We got our money worth out of this ad. Fear Factor was canceled 19 years ago. No one knows what it is. I'm sure people know. I'm sure people know. Camel. Oh God, I hate camel crickets. I read about them at one point. I'm so glad they don't exist here on the West Coast. After I read about them, this one potato bugs, right? I read about them once, and that they will sometimes like bite people's faces and earlobes. I just like had this fear of them, even though like they don't exist on the West Coast. Ugh. Awful. All right, I'm gonna start putting stuff on the top over here, so I'm gonna start getting covered up. I do have a dishwasher. It is just filled right now, and I don't feel like doing that, so I was just like, I'll just wash these by hand. This is fine. This is all right. There's no reason I gotta do anything else, you know? If I spend more time here, then I avoid having to do other work. See? See how that works? I'm gonna be real honest. I don't even know what other work I have. I know I have a lot. But I don't want to think about it right now. So, I'm being productive by talking to the community and washing dishes. Content. Marketing. Right, guys? Yeah. We even sold a naked news or two from this stream, I think. I know we sold at least one. I was like, one of the funny things I was like to say is like, if we can get to the point where I can convince 100 people a day to like buy, then like we'd be fine. Which is like, if you think about it like that way, it's just like 100 people considering like the average like reach that you can get. It's like you suddenly like look at that and you go, huh, that might be doable. It's not that bad. It's not like you're trying to convince like 100,000 people or whatever. Even like convince like, I don't know, like 50 people or something. I think the 100 number is just like, I don't remember. I think it's arbitrary. Pretty sure I read it in a book if you like can convince 100 people or whatever. Which also, fun thing, personally, is that like, I feel like people don't read as much as they should. What I mean by that is, calling all of you out, VTubers. Not just VTubers, just literally everyone. It's like everyone reads and does textbooks and stuff in school, and then the moment they get out, they stop. They're done, right? You don't read anymore, you don't learn anymore. I think one of the reasons why I've been able to adapt to a lot of things, why I've been able to always be on my toes and do different things, and no matter what happens, whether it's COVID or like the tariffs or like whatever else, is like I'm just constantly reading. Like I've read so many business books, so many marketing books. I'm constantly keeping up with what's going on, like the social media algorithms. Like the fact that people still believe that post timing matters. It doesn't. It does not matter anymore. You can post whenever, and the algorithm will take that into account. Because the incentive of any algorithm is to keep you on that platform as long as possible. And not just on that platform as long as possible, on that platform as long as possible to provide the highest value to advertisers. That's the important bit. That's the secondary bit I think most people forget, is it doesn't matter if they're keeping you on the platform if you have no interest in the ads. They also need to keep you on the platform in a way that is good for the advertisers. And to do that, you absolutely must be able to keep anyone's attention at any time. So they distribute content, and that's why some content will just randomly have big boosts. Because when every social media platform began to realize this, that, oh, if we make it so that only people who can post at specific times will post, then we are losing out on a lot of good content that would otherwise do well, but and keep people on the platform in a way that advertisers like. But perhaps those people have jobs and so can only post at certain times. They can only post when it's late at night. They can only post when everything is when it's dark. And those posts, which would have otherwise done really well and kept people engaged even when it's daytime, get buried and don't work anymore. And they're losing like 50% of the engaging content they otherwise would have had. So everyone tuned their algorithms. Everyone got smarter about it. And yeah, algorithms just shoot out your things all the time. All of my posts, all of my posts that have done really well, especially like the fucking viral one that went viral. That one I posted at literally 4 a.m. Not just for the meme. That's when I was up, and that's when I made it, and that's when I posted it. Normally it'd be like, yeah, that's a fucking terrible idea. No one's up at that time. And if you like look at the metrics and graphs of like when people who like engage with my content are up, that's not a good time, right? No one's up at 4 a.m. But that still went viral because it saved it and distributed it out to people later. So it's hard to build up momentum. Once you're there, it's easier. I mean, yeah, I do think there is something to be said about consistency in algorithmic growth, in specifically how you prime the algorithm for what you do. So one of the big things that I will point out that I personally do, for instance, is that you'll see I will usually use the term VTuber or quote retweet VTubers when talking about things. That makes sure that the algorithm is primed to understand, hey, this is going to be about VTubers, or that distribute this. Not that this is about VTubers, but distribute this to an audience who cares about VTubers. Because if I had not included, God, which post was it? There was this one post that I had actually posted at one point, and then I forgot to include the word VTubers, and it found its way to like 5 people or something like that. Like, I don't have a large follower count, right? Like before now, like my account's growing fucking ridiculously fast. It's kind of scary. It's kind of weird because like I've been growing so slowly because it's just not been a huge priority or anything. But like now I'm like, oh, okay, well let me try some growth strategies. And obviously there's a lot to do with fucking tariffs being stressful as well. But even before that, even before those tariffs hit, the kind of stuff that I was doing was all based around making sure I hit the right audience and had the right keywords, so the algorithm knew what specifically that to deliver to. And a little hack for anyone who's doing this or watching right now and who wants to understand how to gain better algorithmic relevance. Quote retweets on Twitter right now are the equivalent of hashtags before. Quote retweets are one of the most powerful tools you have right now. At one point, quote retweets were like, quote retweets actually killed your reach, but they have since changed it to significantly boost relevance instead, because they realized that quote retweets allow you to immediately find and the audiences that are already engaged with the previous post. So, yeah. Hence, I actually haven't checked. I haven't checked my stuff, but like you'll see that's why I'm doing a lot of quote retweets. It keeps you algorithmically relevant within the spaces that you want to be. You want to make sure you're hitting the right keywords. You're going to quote retweeting the right things with those right keywords, and then the classic and regular regular aspects of posts where we also know for instance that you get an algorithmic boost if you have a video or a image. So even when you're posting something, keeping those little things in mind can make the difference between your post getting nowhere and your post being liked by the people that will actually resonate with it. It's about priming the algorithm to understand who your target audience is. Marketing 101. Often, the most common problem in marketing is not actually on what you're doing, but rather who you're doing it for and who's seeing what you're doing. Because, like, for instance, if I were doing this and I was just like hitting an audience of 55-year-olds, 55 plus boomers, wouldn't work out, right? Like, that's the rant I went on before. So, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Whoop. Running out of space here. To be fair, I'm also doing other dishes, so that's why it's taking longer. But I feel like one of the big things about momentum and algorithmic relevance is that it's also easy to lose momentum. So, like at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of people who have a lot of great posts and a lot of great content, and the algorithm's just delivering it to the completely wrong people. And that's no fault of their content, but it's a problem with how the content is being delivered and who's seeing it. I think I had an example previously, right, of the people who I think I had an example previously just of like our videos don't get that many views, and you would think like, oh, then it's not worth it. But like on the contrary, it is. Like I worked really hard on like VKS launch video and all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, I got like 1,000 views, and it's just like for a lot of people they'd be like, oh man, that's shit, right? And the thing is, sure, the view count wasn't high, but the amount of people who bought, who were part of the view count, was really high. So it's like, at the end of the day, if you're a content creator, then yeah, absolutely. It's very much going to be about like the numbers, right? But for us, where we're a business, lower numbers, but higher sales. At the end of the day, we need sales to survive and continue as a business, right? So our conversion rate from these videos, despite the low views, is very high. So that all ends up working out in the end because of that. Oh. All right, I think I'm gonna finish up these last dishes. I'm gonna do the cutting board, and then I'm probably gonna call it. I'm getting pretty tired. Wow, I have been streaming for 5 hours though. Jesus Christ. I guess washing dishes is probably a little less interesting to watch than than cooking and stuff, huh? Oh, jeez. I think think especially what I'm going to be trying to do is really trying to convert this content into, I want to do a lot of tests, actually. Actually, like, with my experiences and what I'm able to do, and like what I'm hopefully going to be doing with all of this, I'm going to be tracking all the data. I'm going to be tracking what I test. I mean, I do that anyway. And then I kind of want to create a guide, you know? I want to make it understood. This is gonna sound weird, but like I have full confidence that if I put everything I have into learning how to grow a following, I'll be able to do it. Because fundamentally, it's just about trial and error, finding what works and finding what doesn't, writing that down, and repeating it over and over and over again. All right. Once it stops working, you keep A/B testing, you keep testing, you keep testing, keep testing, keep testing, and you can't ever stop and say, oh yeah, this is the thing that works, and this is the only thing that works. No, things are going to keep changing. The algorithm's going to keep changing, and things will keep growing. The algorithm keeps changing. There's the algorithm. They literally send out newsletters. Oh no! Oh, that's sad. Oh well, that's. Jeez. Glass broke. Or a video cookbook. Yeah. But for like algorithmic growth, I guess. I'm definitely doing the digital cookbook, but I want to produce a lot of stuff. I write really fast, so that's one of the nice things. I write fast enough that I can get a lot of writing out. I think, because like even tonight, I think I'm gonna go and write the supply chain thing, right? And how supply chains are gonna be affected by all of this. I think it's gonna be important. Oh no? What's the oh no? I'm going to yeah. It's like that's how we got Vite Ramen started, right? That's how Vite works. That's how we were able to make noodles that we can, because just kept trial and error. Just kept documenting, keep trying. Eventually figure it out. Eventually you get it. And you keep trying. You keep doing. You keep iterating. Video cookbook would be a YouTube channel. I mean, I'm gonna have shorts. I want to be doing this kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happens, right? We'll see how I manage to pull all this off. Because the thing is, like I said, if this works as marketing, and this is getting us sales, and this is working, then I'm happy to do it. This is way better than alternatives, like more traditional banner ads and that kind of stuff. I hate writing that shit. Boring. Rather just cook and talk and hyperfixate on stuff and explore things. Like this was technically a test stream, right? This was a test stream, and I feel like I talked about a ton of stuff, and I accidentally streamed for 5 hours. I say accidentally because like I didn't actually set a time limit. I was just like, whatever, I'll do this. Yeah, so I think we'll definitely be doing more of this. Maybe I'll do it twice a week. Who knows? Who knows? What I want to do in terms of cookbooks, it's like the digital one that I'm thinking of, and I'm like planning out and producing for all the people who donated, is going to be things on some of my favorite recipes, some of the things I like doing, and I'm gonna stream it all, right? So y'all can see. So I can also have links to where you can see exactly how it's made as well. And then after that, then you will also be able to see. Certain techniques, and then hopefully learn things like I was talking about with the Parmesan and the soy sauce, and how to replace things in recipes and also provide a little guide on that kind of stuff as well. So, you know. That sounds awesome. Yeah, thanks. I figure if I have this kind of thinking and like I break things down like this, then you know, showing other people how to do it would be nice. And that is that kind of thing I find interesting. I haven't actually seen other people. It's like everyone is also always like, oh, replace this with that, and then just like don't really talk about why and exactly what compounds and like why, you know? Like, why do you replace this with this? What components are you replacing? How do you, if you take one piece out of this puzzle of a recipe that works, then what are the components? What are the things that you add back in, right? How much impact does this have? How much of impact does this have compared to you know, this part or that part, you know? So that is what I wish to do with the cookbook. I don't think I'm gonna do like, you know, I don't know, how many recipes go in a cookbook? Jack, can you look this up for me? How many recipes does a cookbook normally have? I know it's variable, but like, I feel like there's a standard, right? Might do like, I like this Alfredo one's a pretty good one. I showed how to use like various ingredients. I think what I just did actually with the leftovers that I had is a pretty good example of what can happen, right? So it's like, hey, look, if you do these things, you have your aromatics. If you don't have aromatics, that's fine. Replace it with this. If you don't have this, you can have this. You can salt. You can pepper. When you're looking for flavor, these are the components to add up. When you want flavor, these are the components you add up. Maybe we'll make a calculator. Like we'll code together like a little like tool or something that y'all can use. You know, I don't know. That might be fun. That might be interesting. 100 or so. Professional cookbook will have hundreds. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do hundreds. I think I'll probably just stick it to like probably keep the cookbook fairly minimal. I'm probably gonna do like 20 recipes or so. And then people are gonna always ask for more, right? Get feedback on it. Make it iterative. Keep releasing stuff, keep cooking stuff on these streams. You know, I think that'll work pretty well. I think that'll do all right. Jesus Christ, doing all the dishes by hand takes forever. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why it's taking forever is everything's coated in butter, man. Everything's coated in butter. So it's hard to get it to be not greasy. Yeah, that's a general cookbook. I'm like for instance, let's say like Ethan Schablowski, right? Did Ethan Schablowski? I think he released a cookbook recently. Did he? Or Max Miller. I know Max Miller, Tasting History, released a cookbook. How many recipes you got in that one? Or what's his face? Oh God, what's his face? Joshua Weissman. How many is in his cookbook? Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be doing that many. Because this is going to be something that is a little more iterative, more as we go. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Who needs that many different recipes when it's about the technique of modifying them, right? Call it like just like the modular cookbook. Nice and slim, because out of that cookbook you can create thousands of recipes just by changing the ingredients around. Funnily enough, if it was a sponsorship, max that included invite. Yeah, man, YouTube sponsorships are so expensive nowadays. I don't think I can say the exact numbers. It is just far out of our price range. It's so expensive. It's so expensive, and we just can't afford it. Not only is it more expensive now, but like YouTube sponsorships are less effective than ever because people are just so used to them, and because the market has been flooded with so many bad YouTube ads. So. Because a lot of those companies, what they do, their methodology is market saturation methodology. So they give so many fucking ads out there that like they can win through saturation and get sales through saturation, and that works. We don't have the money to do that, and that's also why all of them are like venture backed and come out of nowhere sort of thing, and why like some people like, oh man, you sponsored this, why haven't you sponsored it again? And then I'll be like, well, because poor. Because holy crap, we have to save up so much money for this. This is something that we do like once a year now. And we have to plan for it. And then it has its own problems, right? If a YouTube video doesn't do well, that's on the whim of the algorithm and stuff. Like sometimes you pay a huge amount of money and you're like, oh shit, this video did not perform. Damn, that sucks. We spent $500 and made 3 sales. 500? That's cheap, man. Factor of 10. Factor of 10 would still be cheap. That's what the YouTube market is like now. Isn't that insane? I'm not saying the people that we're working with specifically, but like bigger creators. If you have like a million subs, it can get really high up there. Really high. That's why it's only the big companies who pay for it. I heard. So for reference, what is it, like a Mr. Beast sponsorship? I think is $3 million or something like that. Some of the other top YouTubers, hundreds of thousands of dollars per sponsorship. It's insane. What's crazy is the more popular you are, the more money you can demand per view. It is really interesting. So it's just like, sure, love Max Miller and Ethan Jablowski and all that kind of stuff, but they probably command half the price per view or less than Mr. Beast. Which is crazy, right? All right, I'm gonna do this cutting board, clean up the counter, and I think that's gonna be it. So, whenever I clean these things, I will always either clean the knife first or last, because there have been too many incidents of knives that just stick in, that are just like in, waiting, lurking in the dish pit. Someone grabs it. Yeah, so always, 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 knives do not go into the dish pit. You always wash it by itself first or last. Usually first. That's the safest. I don't know what you did to get the fire chicken on board, but until current events, that seemed like Bitcoin. Yeah, VTubers, see, that is the thing, right? How we got the fire chicken on board was by doing cool things, right? Like that's literally what happened, right? Like she's even talked about it. It literally came from her seeing Girl DM's knife, and then going, oh, this is so cool. oh man, I love all this stuff around it as well, and then commenting on it, and then my ass immediately jumped on it and went, hey, you want your own knife? And that was that. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So, yeah. Hey, thanks for the raid. We are actually also starting to wind down a little bit. So we will also raid out to somewhere else. I'm just finishing washing dishes. Very important part of cooking, you know? Also the most neglected, talked about part. You know, when people are always like, ah, yes, this is, you know, just this amount or whatever, and then this only takes 10 minutes to cook. Yeah, how much cleaning? How much dishwashing, huh? How much taking stuff out and putting it away? Not more than 10 minutes, I'll tell you. I'm definitely gonna have to figure out something besides my laptop eventually. So, for chat, the window is so small. Need to figure out something so I can actually see chat. Ooh. There we go. Oof. Whew. All right. And I think that's gonna be about it. Thank you everyone for coming along and watching. Oh, thank you. Let's go find someone to raid. Hey, Rory, you still here? Rory, you still here? Who should we raid? Who's online right now? Thank you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by and thanks for the subs again, Serious Historia. Oh yeah, sure. All right, we're gonna raid Hazumi. All right, yeah. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll try to stream again on Thursday once again, or maybe earlier. We'll see. And yeah, we'll see if we have additional, like, I don't know, themes or whatever. But yeah, this is a good test, and thanks everyone for showing up, and thanks for the rating. Thanks for the raid, Anori Suida, and everyone who has watched, supported, donated, and everything else. So, rating in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are rating.